Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Happer knows about God's country. You love Iowa.
Get me to God's country.
You love Iowa?
I don't
and
love
God's,
Iowa.
And God's salsa or
What do you mean?
tacos or
You
what is it?
Go to Dubuque
hot
all the
sauce.
time.
Hot sauce, thank you.
Famously
Sorry.
in Iowa.
I'm going to Dubuque this weekend. Thank you very much.
Happy Pancheros Day, everybody.
Wait a minute. I think I put that in the
Should
calendar.
be there for Sunday at 11 o'clock.
I
Should
was
be.
looking at my calendar
Yep,
yesterday.
there it is. Sunday, 11 o'clock. Happer steals Pancheros hot sauce. It's in my reminder.
Wow.
Yeah, it's coming.
My
They can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I've been updating my calendar a lot lately. I have so many things. Nick is
The
giving us all
calendars
sorts of-
are getting very full right now.
It really is. It really is.
Things are happening.
But I was like, what is this thing on Sunday? And I was like, oh, Connor Happer.
There you go.
Very exciting.
Glad you guys got the invite. But
very exciting.
Do we have a wanted poster that we can post on social media Sunday morning?
we have the old one.
I have that one that I made a while ago. Are we
Nick,
cool with
yeah,
that
maybe it's time to do a little Canva-ing.
one? Do I still have, is that one still in here?
I go to Dubuque every year. I lived in Iowa for several months.
But
Damn
that doesn't
right
give
you
you
did.
permission to steal hot sauce.
No. But Nick was trying to make the case that I love Iowa. I could still say I hate Iowa.
Dubuque is in Iowa. You can't love Dubuque and hate Iowa.
Ooh, I do love Dubuque, though.
Poll question?
That's Nick.
You love
Nick, you
Dubuque.
made some silly points during
Yeah.
the crossover, but that's a good one.
You love
I
Dubuque
love
so
Dubuque.
much you have a polo. You have Dubuque merch.
The masterpiece of the Mississippi.
You have merch for this town.
I love
That's
Dubuque.
insane.
I don't have any town merch.
I have zero. No, wait, you know what I do? I have 2 shirts that say Omaha because I got them from
Yeah, baseballism.
Baseballism. Yeah.
Yeah, you have
I
you
love
got to have a shirt
baseball.
that says a city on it.
I don't think I do anymore.
Whoa. John, you have a shirt that says a city on it?
Poll question. Do
probably
you
have
have a
some
shirt that
Chicago
says a city
shirts.
on it?
Yeah, well, I mean, there might be some tournament shirts or something that
There you go.
lists the
There
town
you
One I made a
go.
while
in,
ago.
like Denver or
That's
Pittsburgh or
Ah,
I got the big floppy hat for Omaha what we got last year at the World Series.
There you go.
Oma floppy hat.
The Omaha floppy hat,
Bucket hat.
which is really cool.
Great hat.
Uh,
Good gas mowing hat.
I mean, I got my Knoxville stuff. I got a Knoxville hat, so I got stuff with towns and
There you
cities
go.
on them.
We love towns,
love towns, love cities.
except for any of them in Iowa not named Dubuque.
Though I will be going to Des Moines, a part of my wife and I's anniversary next
You
month.
gonna go to Pancheros?
No, we will not be going to Pancheros. We're going to Lua Brewing.
That'll
which
be
we're
nice.
Huge
that
fans
you
of.
you can get over there and bail Connor out of jail.
That'll be exciting, Happer.
You're cool with
John.
One
marinating
phone
in jail
call.
for a month?
Give me a phone call, Happer.
Yeah, I'll be like Scotty Scheffler.
Hmm.
In Happy Gilmore too.
Don't know the reference yet.
Okay.
I think I know the reference, but I haven't seen the movie yet.
I did not realize as many people were going to watch it as fast as they did, and so now there's this whole conversation, and I'm like the group chat, is popping off. You talked about it on your show.
I like talking.
John and I still haven't seen it, right? Have you?
No, I haven't
watched
seen it.
Yeah,
What are
Maybe
we
we
talking
should-
about? Sorry.
Happy Gilmore too.
Oh yeah, I haven't either.
Maybe you should
Do we-
watch
do
it
we
while
need to-
you're
do we need
interviewing
to-
all your guests today.
That's a good idea.
You could piece it together during your 5 guests.
Look, some people say that Sharp and Benning was the best show on this radio station of all time. We are in honor of them. We are doing what
Well,
they
that's
did.
that's a light day though for them.
That was. Nick, can you get 3 more guests for the show?
Yeah, you know what?
And make sure one of them is in the last segment.
Yeah, we don't
only
need
have
to
like
do
3
what's
minutes.
We don't need to do what's for dinner today.
All right.
Sorry, Jimmy, we're going to be blowing over into your hour
Exactly.
with a random guest.
I mean, he has always wanted
Hey,
to
Andy
do a
Kindy, we
crossover.
got 3 minutes with you. What's going on? How are you today? It is a lot of guests. It is guest season on the Grom.
Yeah,
What?
it's always like this because we add the 25 teams, we add the Mitch Holthus updates.
Mm-hmm.
It happens.
So
It's
many-
called
I'm-
football season,
fine with
Happer.
it.
It's
I'm fine
called
with it.
football season.
It's kind of nice. It's a nice, respite because
It's way different than what we normally do. So
Sure.
it's fun.
I'm fine with guests.
I think the people like it.
I don't know about you, John. Every year when we get ready to do 25 teams, I just get so excited every morning because I'm like, let's learn about South Carolina.
Yeah, it's fun learning about some of these
It
teams.
is. It's
I like
great.
learning.
Yeah. Oh,
The Learn Boy.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
the Learn Boys.
What's your favorite thing you've ever learned?
Wow.
What a question.
Topic alert.
Yeah, that should have done that.
Oh, it's easy. It's
What?
how good Lenore Sellers will be. this
Oh
year.
man, he is going to be good.
How to walk.
But
Is he the best quarterback in the SEC?
Got to be more consistent, John.
Mm.
I imagine our guest will say that later.
I mean, how to walk has got to be really high.
That's up there.
Talk, there's fundamental things.
Yeah, but
Read?
I don't remember learning how to walk or talk.
Yeah, but
Do you remember learning
did learn it.
Do you
I
remember
learned
learning
it,
how
but
to
I
read?
don't remember it.
Do you remember learning how to read?
I remember the first thing
I just
read.
remember reading.
What was the first thing you read? That's insane, Nick.
Yeah. So Spy Kids, when Spy Kids 3D came out, McDonald's were doing the toys, and then you got a toy and you got a comic that came with that. The first thing I remembered reading was the comic that came with that McDonald's Spy Kids toy.
Wow, look at that. Whoa. First book I remember reading was The Boxcar Children. You ever read The Boxcar Children?
Yes, I think so.
I've
Those
never
were
heard of
read to us. I never found them really interesting. They were fine.
One of my books was probably like Go Dogs Go or
Fun with Dick and Jane.
No, just some of those.
Wow, my
Dr. Seuss
assumption was
type
going to be that Boxcar Children was our generation. They were originally published in 1924.
Yeah, no, those are old ass books.
Wow. I'm surprised you never read about that, John.
I mean,
I've
how
never
many
heard of it.
boxcars have you seen around that a kid could just live in? They don't really have those scattered about.
It was a different time in the 20s.
Do hobos still ride boxcars?
Great question.
Do we still call them boxcars?
Do we still call them hobos?
I don't.
I don't think we should. I don't think we can.
Why?
I think they're supposed to be I don't even know if homeless is okay anymore.
People call
people
them
say unhoused.
Unhoused.
Are you unhoused?
John, you don't like unhoused?
Yeah, but when
I think the
of-
unhoused moved that front loader in our parking lot.
I agree. I would like to unhouse that front loader.
I don't like our parking lot.
Yeah, our parking lot was it was a mismatch today.
I would say since last Friday, it has been.
Well, there was the Mega Cars Day.
We had Mega Cars
That was
Day.
Friday, wasn't it?
This wasn't the movie. This wasn't a sequel to the movie.
That was a troubling day.
That was a disturbing day.
Speaking of my calendar, the first thing I did when I parked was, oh no, did I miss a meeting?
Right, same.
Because you never see our lot as full as when there's meetings. Also, did you see the new sign that we have? Do you drive in through
We have a new sign?
There's a new sign in that parking
About
lot.
50-50.
There is?
Okay.
Sometimes I rip a left on Dodge.
Do you come in off of Capitol, do you not, Nick?
Yeah.
There is a sign over there that mentions overflow parking
Oh, yes.
for the movie theater.
That's a partnership we have with them, and that's
Since when?
for a while. But that's usually up at night. They probably just forgot to take it down.
What's John?
Because that's
excited
usually an after 6 p.m.
Well, he
thing.
just saw the video of the explosion.
Yeah,
in
they
Fremont.
captured it.
Explosion.
So there was an explosion
Big
today
explosion.
at the Horizon Biofuels building in Fremont, South Fremont.
Whoa.
And the surveillance camera from the beef packing plant across the street captured the explosion.
All right, I'm gonna watch.
Hold on. I'll try. I'll get it up on the stream here. This is. Oh, okay. All right. Well, never mind. Hang on.
Creep your head over and watch on my
Hang
screen.
on.
I'll
We'll
watch
screen
at the same
share.
time as everybody else.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
We have not heard though if there have been any injuries or fatalities. I called my mom because I just
And
saw
she
it
didn't
when
know
I got
about
here.
it, right?
She knew something was going on because they live on the complete opposite side of town from where this happened. So she could see the black smoke and was trying to figure out, all right, what's
like
going
Chernobyl.
on. And then at the same time I was calling her, my sister was texting her all the news clips from what was going on. So we kind of made her aware of what was.
Apper looks like he has to go pee.
It does.
He does.
I'm just trying to watch a video.
Just hang on.
You look
I gotta
like
get
a
it
character in
loaded.
a select screen for a fighting game.
Just got to get
back
it.
Oh
and
yeah,
forth.
one of those.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's true.
It's Super Smash. They kind of bounce up and down.
Yeah.
Dude. Falco.
Oh, you were a Falco guy?
I
You
love.
were?
Let's hope there's no profanity in this.
No, it's just a surveillance camera.
Falcon
Okay.
punching?
And it was put on Twitter by KETV, so
I
I'm
love Star
assuming
Fox.
it's
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's
So
okay.
much. Star
Hey.
Fox is a great game.
I was getting Falco and Captain Falcon mixed up. My bad.
I don't know what Star Fox is.
Oops.
You don't know what Star Fox
Is there sound to this or
I don't believe there is.
Okay.
I honestly don't know.
I'm a
I don't know
Link
if I
guy.
ever played Star Fox.
Fox rocks.
Star Fox is a cool game.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go.
All right, we're about to watch it.
Yeah.
All right.
Ryne Biofuels building that looks like it's. I think it
that's
used to
what
be.
you want to explode.
Where is that in relation?
Jeez.
Well, my
It's south. It's South Fremont. It's by the Hormels or the old Hormel.
Did you
plant.
see
my
that
grandparents
video?
don't live
That
over
looks
there.
like it's an old grain elevator. I think that's the super sweet feed old grain elevator.
I'll send it in the group
Did
chat.
you see that video of the truck exploding as it drove down the street?
No.
No.
Basically the same thing. It just kind of disintegrated. It just exploded. Apparently, the guy who was driving the truck, they got the video off like somebody's Ring doorbell or something like that. He was fine, but it looked like the truck just disintegrated into nothing. I don't like when stuff blows up. Hot take.
Man.
Dude, I've been not
Holy
to
cow.
go so dour because the crossover is usually for fun and frivolity.
We could talk about Star Fox.
I've been reading this book by
Do a barrel roll.
by an a writer actually from Omaha. She writes or wrote for the New York or Washington Post. Rather, her name is Lizzie Johnson. She went to high school with my wife, and she wrote a book about the Paradise Fires out in California back in 2018. And man, I'm getting close to the end, and so it's just like
Scary.
it's awful. The whole time it's just like and then the car just melted.
Yeah, there's
And it's
nothing
like-
you could do about it.
Yeah, and so
Not good.
I think
hope everyone in Fremont is A-OK.
Yeah, that's scary.
I have
That
a
is
lot of
really
family
scary.
that lives there. Obviously, you have family that lives there.
But you guys are on the your family's on the north side of town.
I
aren't they?
believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're like
Yeah.
close to downtown.
Yeah, this is
So what's downtown? Is that north?
well,
side?
this is south of downtown. This place
They're
is,
They're north of downtown.
it's probably technically Inglewood, which is the small town that's on the other side of the train tracks.
okay.
But man, that is scary. But there haven't heard anything about injuries yet.
You good, Happer?
I'm not
Stibbs.
laughing at what
All
John
right.
said.
Stibbs.
I'm not laughing at what John said. I'm laughing at the tweet that Stibbs just sent out. It's very funny.
It is.
I just gave it the retweet for many different things.
Oh.
Thank you, Stibbs. Excellent work.
There you go.
Oh, but Undertaker's my favorite.
I do look like I'm trying to kill you.
You
do.
do.
You actually
It's
do.
really good.
And Nick looks like he has no idea. Nick, what's
Wait,
that?
hold on a second. I didn't notice this. Why are you thinking about Formula Friday again?
I'm just thinking.
Are you going to bring it back?
I'm just thinking about.
Are you going to
Formula
resurrect it
Friday.
like the Undertaker?
Nick, that reminds me. I have a microphone that I got that I don't need.
I will
And
take
so, yeah, you might. I think I'm buying a Happer mic soon.
I will just straight up. I will take your old microphone. I
Yeah.
need
Get
one.
ready to
Yeah.
sound so good.
Dude, I know. I love that microphone. It's
So good.
awesome.
My-
Yeah.
my-
I have a Nick that is boxed still.
Ooh.
I will go home. The only issue.
Unhoused.
This is such a radio complaint. You can't hear yourself.
Ah.
So I could give you a different one though, where you can hear yourself.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I hate not
Me
being
neither.
able to
I
hear
do
myself
too. I
when
need to hear
talk.
myself.
Yeah,
Can I? May I?
Yeah.
May I? Thank you.
for $10.
Okay.
You're gonna do
Buy me a
Formula
6-pack
Friday
of
on
something good.
Josh's unboxed microphone.
We're
We're gonna do an unboxing.
Where are
my-
you recording it at home? You gonna
if
edit it at
if I
home?
decide to do it,
Yeah, let's talk through this. How you gonna do
You're
this?
gonna make a podcast studio at your house.
it'll be in my office. It won't be like a full on
Okay,
studio, but
yeah.
I can.
So you're gonna do it on video too?
I'm considering.
Wow.
I'm also considering bringing in a co-host.
What?
Who would want to do that?
Yeah.
I heard John on No Block No Rock last night
He
say
goes
that
on podcasts.
he said he wants to have a podcast.
No, I didn't.
You said, can Josh give me one of his 17 podcasts?
That was a joke.
Nope. I give you Formula Friday, John.
No, that's not your
Welcome.
podcast.
Yeah, I offered.
It's one of
you
your.
just-
It has to be one of your. It's got to be your bull.
How about
Josh-
co-host John Bishop on the Formula
Friday
podcast?
would crush it on I-80 Club before I endeavor on my own.
Yeah.
Are you sure you don't want
Josh.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'll pass, but thank you, Nick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's really
Put him
mean.
on Locked On. What about Locked On?
I'm
Locked
not
on,
in control of Locked On.
Locked On Formula
The-
One.
the
Is there a
Locked
Locked On
On-
Formula One?
Probably the Locked On overlords control that.
No, but a buddy of mine is also really into Formula One, so I'm gonna because when I did it by myself, it's really hard to do a solo show. Turns out, I don't know
Super weird.
how you do it.
Yeah, Happer, how do you do this?
You
every
also
day?
you at least have another producer to bounce some things off of. but
Nick,
just
there
doing
is
it by
not
myself.
Nick Happer. Don't listen to this, Nick. So there's not a Locked On Formula One. Just call it that and
Oh.
put some stars on your logo. Just see what happens, and then end it by saying,
Mm.
for your next listen, check out blah blah blah.
Yeah,
Just
you can
see if
plug
you get in
Connors.
trouble.
You can
Formula-
plug Connors.
Check out
It's
NASCAR.
incredible.
Nick, it'll help the algo.
Feel like I'd get in
Locked On
trouble.
Pod for Formula One. I'm going to check this out.
You could join our mega group chat with all the people who are saying nonsense.
Oh man,
Just a bunch of football stuff. I'm like, oh, how about Lewis Hamilton though, guys?
yeah.
Nick,
People. I bet there's probably a lot of people who like Formula One in the
I'm
group
sure
chat.
there are.
oh Definitely. Does the person are they on podcasting or radio, or will this be their first foray?
This will be their first foray into it.
Wow, have they ever talked before?
Yes.
Into a microphone?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Cool.
that's exciting.
In what capacity?
Mostly video games, but they're good at stuff.
Okay.
They like to.
They're good at stuff.
They like
Video
to-
games, Formula One handshake meme.
Well, they like to mix their own music. Like they're familiar with like audio and
They know
stuff.
So will
audio.
this person edit the pod?
I'm going to ask.
And are they going to make like a little theme song for you?
Mostly the theme song is what I'm hoping they'd be down.
That's
with,
what you're
but
excited for the most. The theme song.
I really like his mixes. He's
That's awesome.
really good.
Formula Friday. Coming
Potentially.
back.
back,
You
baby.
heard it here
Potentially.
first on
Potentially.
the Locked On Podcast Network.
When will you listen to new music on Fridays if you record Formula Fridays?
Well, that's the thing. I think I'm not going to record Formula Friday on Friday anymore. I think I'm going to record it a couple days ahead of
Nick,
Friday.
and
now-
release it on
publish
Friday.
on Friday.
Look,
that happens
Nick,
sometimes.
now you are thinking with your thinking cap.
Mm.
Instead of being here until 10 o'clock on a Friday night, now the podcast can come out on
You could be
Friday
like
morning.
Josh and Jack and record podcasts months ahead of time. Who knows?
I started this
could.
project over 2 months ago recording. I did it the day. Remember when we got that Friday off before Memorial Day?
Yes.
I recorded for 7 hours that day
wow.
You did?
because my mouth started turning into mush. So we had to take
Oh.
breaks. I had to go buy Raising Cane's because my mouth was breaking. It was.
I
really-
love
Really?
taking. Actually, low key,
It
I
was hard.
love taking days off to work more for different things. Seriously,
It's
You're
like
about to
getting
take a
paid
week
twice.
off, aren't you?
no.
Oh, you're not.
I'm about to take a day off.
That's
to,
exciting.
to work more.
Awesome.
Yep.
To work more?
Uh huh.
When I'm
Why?
taking my 2 days off next month, I'm
Where are you
not
working?
Something very cool.
Formula Friday Locked On podcast.
No.
Oh.
You
Mm.
bastard.
Is it a podcast?
No.
Is it Creighton related?
Yes.
Ooh,
really?
Okay, well,
Yes.
I won't ask any more questions.
There you go.
It's a surprise.
It should be a surprise. Yes.
Nice.
I'm deciding it's a surprise.
You're deciding it's a surprise.
Mhm.
Okay.
Is Happer murdering John take over as the voice of the Creighton men's basketball program?
No, I
Oh,
would have to
okay.
be here to do that.
You take the day off.
Why did you immediately go to that?
I don't. He said it's a surprise.
That would be a surprise if I murdered
John,
you.
if you got
But there's-
murdered, that'd be a huge surprise.
But there's so many things that you could have gone to for a surprise,
yeah,
and you went to murder.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's very interesting.
What is wrong with you?
Nothing.
Hmm.
Not one thing. Well, Stibbs, I'm also taking a day off to work more with you guys. He'll be here next Friday.
That's true.
That's
on a
awesome.
Friday.
On a Friday.
Stibbs Friday. Wow, that's
One
exciting.
Stibbs Friday.
Mm-hmm. Somebody pointed out, Nick, by the way, this little tradesies we're doing
Dude, that
for
day
the
is
beer.
next week. Sorry.
Yeah. This is so
no,
exciting.
that day that I'm taking off is next
Oh,
week.
what day are you taking off? Friday?
Wednesday.
Oh, good. So you'll see Stibbs.
Love Stibbs.
YouTube user pointed out that me asking you to buy a 6-pack, meanwhile, my beers come in 4-packs. Yeah, not a 6-pack, probably a 4-pack.
Okay.
Because that's what the good stuff. I'll find
The
it.
good stuff.
Yeah.
I'll probably just
want
get you
something-
some like Dirty Pine.
Then you won't get a microphone.
No, it's they're not an IPA somewhere called Dirty Pine.
I mean, there probably is.
Mm.
I went to a new liquor/beer store over the weekend that was very cool.
Really?
Yeah. Don't remember where it was, though.
Cool.
Yeah. West Center, maybe.
Must not have been that cool.
132nd and Center, I think. Very cool. Good beer selection.
Like the
Really
one
good.
over by Oakview?
Not that one. That's Beers Are Us.
Yeah.
This is a different place.
Okay.
I liked it. A lot
Like,
of cold beer.
Where's it relative to the Chipotle?
I don't know. I don't.
I
that's
lived in
my
that area for a spell. I kind of know it.
A spell.
liquor store. 100.
Where is it at compared to the Dave and Buster's?
Oh, that's a good one.
So it's called Wall to Wall. No free ads. Wall to Wall Wine and Spirits. 129th and
I
Center.
feel like
Oh.
they've had ads on.
I've seen some of these ads.
Big
Yes.
fan of this place. It was cool.
Right
What
by
made it cool?
Zio's
But are they
Pizza.
advertising with us?
No. I don't
Take
think-
them to Zio's Pizza, Omaha, Nebraska.
What do you say? What makes it cool?
Yeah.
Well, the beer was cold.
Well,
You know, like you go to a lot. No,
Fair.
no. Settle down. You go to Beer Zara, and I love Beer Zara.
Settle down, or he's going to murder you.
But
Oh.
no, Happer will. They have a lot
But
of
Josh will act like it's surprised.
he's
they're
not
good.
really going to give me a microphone. He's going to give me a knife.
maybe, but it will be an icicle.
Oh no.
Can't find an icicle.
The beer is cold.
The beer is
It's just
cold.
got cold
a lot
beer.
of the beer is cold because you go to other places and sometimes the good stuff isn't cold.
Mhm.
So it's nice to take home a beer, throw it in the fridge for a few more minutes, and then drink it
Mm.
instead of like I'll have it tomorrow when it's cold. So
Mm.
I like that. They also just had a really good selection. Of stuff.
Yesterday when I was at Costco, I found these. They make these. I can't remember the company that makes them, but I saw them. Dessert. All right, so 2 snickerdoodle cookies,
All right.
ice cream in between.
Mm.
They are wildly delicious.
And where was this again?
They were at Costco.
Really?
Yeah.
How big was it? Like the cookies?
Not like super oversized. I was happy.
Yeah.
They weren't too big.
Like maybe a little bit bigger than baseball size?
Like I don't know, like cookie size.
Okay. All right. Well, either way.
I have an
Size the
opinion.
top of this cup.
You're going to say you don't like ice cream cookie sandwiches, aren't you?
I'm gonna say I think snickerdoodles are mid.
Oh, okay. I don't have a take on that.
They're
honestly.
fine.
They're okay. They're not my favorite, but they're okay.
They're good.
I prefer chocolate chip cookies when it comes to cookie sandwiches.
Okay.
But this still sounds very enticing.
We went to Dairy Chef recently, and we got the cookie sandwiches, and we brought them
I
home.
usually have kind of shied away from them. I don't know what
They're so big. I mean, they're
so
like
big.
this. So it's like
and it's 2 cookies and ice cream.
and ice cream. So
It
you
is
know
a
what?
lot.
So
we
it
cut
just hit me yesterday. I was like, you know what? I'm going to get these.
We cut them in half
They're
because
good.
it's just too. It's just
So
too
like,
much.
you share one, or you cut it in half, and
We
then you
each
put
got-
it back in the fridge for
no,
later.
we each.
freezer.
That's what we did. I actually had the second half last night while I was watching 3 baseball games.
Does that store well?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's ice. It's ice cream.
Yeah, I don't know if once it was out of the safety of the packaging, if it would get a little freezer burned or whatever.
No, I put it in a Ziploc.
Hey, I
bag.
got a question for you, Josh.
3 TVs. Is it related to that?
Yes.
Awesome.
How did you get 3 baseball games on? Like,
MLB app.
yes, but don't you have to have 3? Do you have to have 3 MLB accounts to do that?
No.
No, you can be logged in. You can watch.
You can be logged in on 3 MLB on 3 TVs
Yeah.
on MLB.
I'm logged in on like 4 different places on my MLB.
And we're logged in on it.
but at
here.
the same time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
It's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
I guess that you think about it, I've used.
Yeah, I've
2 at
done that
once.
before.
hopefully
Yeah.
Rob Manfred's not listening, but this T-Mobile Tuesday has been wonderful for all of us, John.
I didn't know you were a T-Mobile guy.
I'm not.
Who did you
My
steal?
free.
Who did you murder to get it from?
I did not steal. I had a password sent to me by my co-host. You.
I didn't.
You're
give him
my
permission.
co-host.
I didn't give him. Rob, I did not give him permission.
before
He will
I just
kill you. He tried to kill Bryce Harper.
You did?
No, Rob Manfred.
Oh yeah, yeah. We
Oh,
haven't talked about that
I thought
somehow.
Bryce Harper tried to kill Rob.
Yeah,
Manfred.
it's been a little
Jeez.
bit of each
Yeah.
other trying to kill each other.
I can't wait to talk about this with Farron later
Yeah.
today.
Yeah.
A lot of wacky stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Tell Farron to get ready for the work stoppage because it's coming.
I was going to ask him, is it too early to tell, or are we going to have a work stoppage in baseball?
Oh, I think it's looking very likely.
I feel like baseball has not like just a work stoppage every time, but that their CBA agreements are only like 5 years. It seems like they're always fighting.
Well, didn't they just
Yeah.
do the last one
During
right
COVID,
after
right?
COVID or before COVID?
It was after COVID because remember the season got pushed back like a week and a half or something.
Correct.
But they still got all the games in.
Correct.
When was that?
I think it was the year
22?
after COVID.
So 2021?
Maybe the year before COVID.
I think it was after. I feel like it was recent.
It's weird how we say before COVID and after COVID when COVID was very much still a thing in like
Effective
2023.
March 10, 2022.
Oh,
Interesting.
2 years after COVID.
Yeah.
So they did a 5-year deal,
Mm.
That seems pretty short.
but it's in effect through next season.
Correct. It's after next year. That'd be the work stoppage. It would it'd
Yeah,
be going
so
into the
it's not-
27 season.
Yeah, so it's not this off season; it's the next off season
Correct.
where we could have pain.
Lockouts.
And I think hasn't baseball had more work stoppage? Well, NFL has had a couple.
The last one that I remember was in 2011 where they like lost some preseason games, but nothing happened to the regular season. That we haven't lost NFL games in since the 80s.
87.
When was the last time
we
we
didn't
lost?
and we didn't. Well, I think we lost 1 week, and then we got 3 or 4 weeks of scab games.
Yeah.
When was the last time we lost an NBA game?
2010,
Yeah, it was right around that
2011.
time. Yeah.
It was the year before, yeah, because the season didn't start until Christmas.
Yes.
Yeah.
God.
Or maybe that was 20.
And have we missed any MLB games since 94?
It was 2011.
I don't believe so.
Besides COVID, no.
Besides COVID.
There was that one year, like 02, 03-ish, where it seemed like we were teetering. Like, because it was in August that it seemed like they were going to get locked out, which is wild that the CBA would end in the season.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's crazy.
Why would they do that?
Yeah, just do it. Just have it set up after the season.
Notable lockouts include 1972 Major League Baseball strike, but they didn't lose any games. 81 strike, they lost games. 82 strike, lost games. 87 NFL strike. 94-95 NHL lockout.
Remember, they had a whole season that they missed.
Yes, 94-95 baseball, 98-99 NBA.
That they started way late.
04-05 NHL lockout.
They lost the whole season that year.
The whole year.
They didn't play the season.
Really?
If I remember right.
That's what Bryce Harper is threatening this time, too.
The 11 NBA lockout. Of course, the 2012 NFL referee lockout.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot about that.
They had their replacement refs.
And then we got the Fail Mary. 2012-13 NHL lockout. Looks like NHL might be the leader here.
And by the way, the Wikipedia page, 04-05 would have been the 88th season. The entire schedule was set to begin in October.
Wow, I forgot
they canceled it in
lost
February.
That's ridiculous.
I forgot they lost the whole year.
Yeah, that's nuts. You know,
what was it over? What was the fight over?
Good question. Let's see.
Oh, someone tried to sneak Bud Light into the game, and I wanted Molson, eh? You dirty bastard. How dare you take away my jelly donuts in the second intermission?
It looks like the NHL club spent 76% of their gross revenue on player salary. So they probably wanted to get that closer to 50-50.
The owners got, the players got 76%?
Apparently.
Holy crap.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
think
about what baseball's about to fight over. Salary caps. They're going to start paying the players less.
So what, and this is a question for Farron, but what will the owners then ask for from the players? They say, fine, we won't have a salary cap. What will they want then from the players?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Or what will the players offer to them? Would they do more games?
No, you don't want more games.
No, I know. I don't want
more teams in the playoffs. It probably will be that. I guarantee it's that.
You're right. John, you're going to hate it so much.
I hate it. That's bad.
Come on. Don't you want Fox and TBS to make
Stop
money?
people being college football. You should never want to be college football.
I forget, when you first came of age, were there 4 teams in the playoffs?
Yep.
Wow. And how many are in now?
104.
12.
It's 12?
Yeah.
They have a 12-team playoff.
Hey,
they tripled the damn size.
It's a 4-4-2-2-1-1-1.
No.
I liked when we were growing up, Happer. I thought that was a great system.
Me too.
3 division winners, 1 wild card. I like that. I know that wasn't what you grew up with.
I can live with that.
But then they added the play-in game, and then they added
I can live with that.
Play-in series. Yeah, I liked the 4. That was fun. 18 playoff, best of 5. Let's do it.
Yep. It's at least not as random. Now it's just random.
Yeah.
Whoever wins the World Series is random.
Make baseball 04 again.
There you go.
Yeah.
But not hockey 04. Also,
we're talking steroids and less teams in the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's what Josh
Thundersticks.
That was 02.
It
was 02. Yeah.
Yeah.
04 was Red Sox.
Oh, ugh. Gross.
Oh, yeah, it is gross.
All right. 01.
But then again, if it wouldn't have been the Red Sox, it would have been
again?
the Cardinals.
I think so. Get the shirts. That was a great year for baseball.
That's true, John. We did not. I guess it's nice that the Red Sox won it.
Yeah, we don't need the smug Cardinals going, we kept them out again.
I was going to say,
best fans in baseball.
I was trying to find other years around that, and you're not going to like 03. You don't like 04. 05, the White Sox won.
That sucked.
Didn't the Cards win in 06? Puke.
Yes.
And wasn't that the really bad Cardinals team?
They beat the Tigers.
Yeah.
They swept
They were
the
like
Tigers.
80-something and 70-something.
07 was the Red Sox again.
07 was the Red Sox
Boo.
again.
Boo.
08 was the Phillies.
Yeah.
Then 09 was the Yankees.
Yeah.
That time. See, the odds were bad.
The odds weren't
those
good.
teams sucked.
Yeah, though I was a Red Sox fan,
But
so I was happy.
Go to the next decade, Josh. That's when it gets good.
There was some, it's like Giants, something, Giants, Giants,
Royals,
Cubs.
Yeah. And then, but then Astros show up.
That kind of sucked.
But
First
that was
half
for cheating,
of the
though.
last decade was awesome.
Yeah, even with all those
Plus
Giants.
16. That's
I
fine, too.
I didn't hate the Giants. I was okay with them.
I was okay. I was okay with
but then
them.
they kept winning.
I just
10,
like
12, 14.
I just like the fact that we destroyed them in 16 when their catchphrase was "believe in," and it was the emphasis on even because he was even number years, and we beat him.
Now, to be fair, John, you missed one of those games because you watched The Sopranos because you were so stressed.
I was pissed.
Seriously, he did that.
Wow.
I think it was the game they
It was
clinched.
a clinching game.
Oh, no, John.
How do you feel about that decision?
That
in
was
hindsight?
such a fun.
I feel fine about that decision because we won.
You want to talk about a great fall for content? John being stressed every day with the Cubs.
Yeah.
Nebraska won
They
all
were
their
undefeated,
games.
but everyone was mad.
Yeah.
Michael
telling you, man.
Ivy took a knee one time.
That was that
Was
year.
that 16?
I was 16. I was at that game. I had no idea until we were in the car.
Hal Dobb hung up on us.
Hal
and
Dobb
said,
hung up on us?
No, I slipped.
God, it was
A lot of things
time.
happened in 2016.
A lot of things happened.
A lot of very good things happened in 2016.
One very bad
thing in
thing.
particular.
That was my first time I was on a radio show. That was my first time on radio, 2016.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you didn't like Formula One yet.
What was the
didn't.
very bad thing that happened in 2016?
There was vent in my life in the summer that was kind of bad.
Was
that
it
that
Harambe?
year?
That was that year.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Happy almost anniversary.
We had to sacrifice Josh's first marriage so the Cubs could win the World Series.
Oh, that event.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about like a world event.
For some reason, I thought it was the year after.
No, that was a bad year, though. I didn't like 2017. Ooh, I hated that year.
Yeah, I remember because you got really pissed. We got in a big argument over the next year's playoff when
We
I talked about
did.
because the next year the Cubs beat the Nats in the division series.
Yeah.
And the fifth game was like uber stressful. And my point was I was more stressed out about that game than I
You
was
remember this?
about any game in the 20s. I mean, there was something about that game that was just so
And I was like,
stressful.
that's
You guys
stupid.
fought
Yeah.
each other over
and,
this.
and he was
like-
like, there's no way. That's impossible. How does it make any sense?
It was like
And I
a
was
knockdown drag out.
Oh, it
Dear
was
You were
crazy.
fighting John over something, him talking
over
about
his
how
own
personally-
emotions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going through some stuff.
He was.
I was going through
In
a
his
lot.
defense.
I think eventually
And I
I
didn't
told
know.
it. Yeah, I didn't because I didn't.
Yeah,
because
because I didn't know. I didn't know he was
Eventually,
going
I
through
told him I was like, "Hey, I'm sorry, I was going through
Yeah,
some
I
stuff."
probably said some
October
things.
was bad.
Nobody
November
knew
was
until
bad.
Sipple told us all.
December was bad. Yeah, yeah. People didn't find out for a couple of
Yes,
years.
Josh had an excuse for his moronic opinions.
Yeah,
was-
what's his excuse now?
Hey, no such thing as moronic opinions now.
Yeah. I forgot about
That was a wild fight.
Ooh.
That was a wild fight.
Because it was so random.
It
you know?
was.
'Cause I
Stevens was like, "What the hell are you arguing about?"
I didn't get it either. He was just like, what the-
He just says the good old days.
yeah.
Was the good old days.
And then Sip spilled the beans.
Uh-huh.
That was a fun. We give Sip 2 sips of beer, and then he's like, "Hey, Josh, you're divorced, right?"
It's pretty much like that.
That was incredible.
Because it was the remember that the year
Yeah,
the
what
NFL
happened?
draft was in Nashville, and there was all those videos going around of bachelorette parties and how
Yeah.
mad they were. And he goes,
Oh,
I don't remember how he said it. Nick was filling in that.
Yeah, I
day.
was. I don't remember. I always said it
It's
either.
just like, oh, like Josh, just like you made a mistake. Just don't get married or something is like what he said. And then all these listeners are like, I would wonder, like, you seemed a little sad last year.
wow.
And then I think
Sip
in that
spilled
segment,
the
Sip was like,
beans.
"Wait, oh, did I
Yeah.
just let everyone know?"
So you just came out and said it during that segment?
Yeah. I was like,
Yeah.
I hadn't mentioned that on the air yet.
What is even more funny about that is we gave Sip a beer. He's like, I don't really drink that much anymore. I feel like a beer will get me loopy.
So a beer, he probably had this much.
He had 2
Like when we
sips.
threw it away, it was
Yeah.
like I was like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
that's like a unused microphone that
Yeah.
Nick will be
It
getting.
is.
Yeah, good times.
I love that guy.
Incredible.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it today that Mike Schaefer was the one to spill the beans on his own move to Omaha.
He beans himself.
I was hoping somebody else would make the mistake.
Me too. I was. Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
I
Wait,
didn't
he didn't-
even know.
He
We didn't talk about. I know we talked to him last week, but that wasn't on the air.
was off the air.
Thank God, because I was the one that spilled the
Yep.
beans on him having his baby.
You sippled him.
I think Schaefer spilled my beans once too. I can't remember what
I thought-
beans I had.
Well, Peter
Okay.
spilled
Yeah.
your kid beans.
Yeah, Peter spilled the baby
the
beans.
pregnancy beans.
Yeah.
Okay.
What beans would he have spilled of yours?
I can't remember.
What other beans do you have?
Marriage beans?
Was it moving to Omaha on the
Are you-
zone beans?
Maybe.
Why
Maybe it was
would
those
why would
beans.
your marriage be beansy?
No, like proposal beans.
Oh, the proposal beans.
So what bean? So everyone spilled beans. What beans have you spilled?
I don't think I've spilled beans.
So you're due some
I'm
spillage.
a good friend. If somebody tells me don't spill the beans, I say I'm beansless. I'll store my beans away. I'll put it in.
And
safe.
because of this, we had to wait for Michael's video to find out about all the
That's
things
right.
that Scott
That's right.
Frost did.
Michael
Spill
spilled
the
the beans.
beans.
on
Yeah.
Scott
Michael had to
Frost.
spill the beans.
Yeah, that's a
Josh
good question.
handed Michael the beans to spill.
Topic alert. What beans have you spilled?
I don't know
Yeah.
which beans I've like. I'm sure I've spilled beans. I just don't know which.
Yeah. I couldn't believe that Schaefer did it today. It made me sad.
It was his own beans. It's his right to spill
It's
them.
Yeah,
good
you
that
can
he did.
spill your own beans.
Because he's continued to mention recently that he is like so busy. He mentioned it recently, and I was like, yeah, he just has some stuff going on right now.
Mhm.
And I didn't want to say he's
Yeah,
selling
it's not
his
like
house.
a bad thing.
He's getting ready to move.
Yeah,
It's actually a
this is
very positive.
Yeah, it's a very
I
positive.
can't wait.
thing.
He's going to be in Omaha, like a mile away from my house.
I
It's
know.
going to be awesome.
Schaefer is actually recruiting me to live in his neighborhood.
Oh,
yeah.
you should move over there.
I know.
Yeah. I run by his soon to be home like every day.
Okay.
Nice.
I
You
just
gotta
got a text. No, I got a text about some beans.
Oh, beans.
So, somebody, former coworker of mine, John Gaskins,
Yeah, I remember. John.
spilled the beans about me moving to 1620
Didn't he do that on the pod?
on my show.
He did on your show.
Oh, no.
Because he called into my last show, but because the people here wanted me to not say anything for some reason until like
I
the
forgot
day I
about
just showed
that.
up.
Was that
Mark.
why?
That guy was so secretive with every move.
Yeah.
He was.
It was like 4 days
I don't
away from
understand
happening.
it.
Seriously,
It
you were
was a
going to start on
weekend.
Monday. Like they
Yeah.
on Gary and Damon, they're like, yeah, we have an announcement.
And then I just showed up
Yeah,
on
it's like,
Monday.
here's
You
our
just
guy.
showed up.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, Mike says everyone knew it was happening. It was so obvious.
Everyone knew it
Why
was
would
happening,
Happer leave that radio station?
Yeah.
There's only one radio station he'd probably go to.
Yeah, those
Sure
were
enough.
beans.
Uh-huh.
Those were beans.
They were big beans.
Not really. I mean, pretty stale beans.
Stale beans. That's
yeah.
better. I was saying big as in everybody could see the beans, but
Oh yeah, gotcha.
stale beans is better.
Stale beans. Everyone knew about those beans.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's a
Wow.
good. That's a really good topic alert. What
That
beans
is.
have you spilled?
I like that.
All right, I'll ask the question on Twitter.
It could be
What
a good
beans have
thread.
you
I'm trying to
spilled?
think about my beans. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good with my beans.
Thinking about these beans.
I almost spilled my engagement beans to you guys. But
Well,
I
you
didn't.
spilled them to John.
Well, but
Everybody knew
that was because I had to pick up the thing.
Yeah,
for him.
thank you for not spilling my engagement
I didn't
beans.
spill your beans.
That's true.
I think we all have one bean spilling mulligan. I used mine on
Yeah.
Schaefer.
I'm gonna do my best not to say
but
anything.
how about a moment in which you did not spill the beans? A secret kept.
Well, if we talk about that, then we are spilling
Well,
beans.
but maybe the thing is over. Like John in
okay.
your ring.
I didn't tell anybody about your kid.
I didn't either.
There you go. Nice
Did I?
beans.
Didn't tell
Yeah.
anybody about my
Good
divorce.
bean hold.
I might have told Paige about your kid.
Well, that's okay.
Wow. Yeah, I think significant others, it's okay.
Yeah,
You
you
know,
share beans.
Like if Happer was like, please don't tell anybody, I would probably still tell her.
Yeah.
You know, but it's not
Probably.
like, like, hey, wow, Stibbs, I've kept every secret I've ever had.
wow,
That
Stibbs
can't be
has so many
true.
beans.
Stibbs, tell us the secret.
What's your bean collection like?
Charles says this is a Canva slide. Wow. He says I knew about Josh's possible leaving for another market. That's true.
those were some beans.
Those were
Those
some
are some
beans.
beans.
Yeah. He did keep that a secret. Thank you, Stibbs.
Yeah.
Good job, Stibbs.
And here I still am, working with my pals, my best buds.
Here we are. You're
You
not
make
going
it my-
anywhere. You have too many podcasts.
Too many podcasts.
True.
Yeah.
You're
I have
rooted.
to rename it.
Well, but now I guess I'm taking one. Which one do I get?
Formula Friday.
No, it's got to be your podcast.
Do you want the one that's just about football all the time?
Well, that's all of them, isn't it?
Oh, do you want to do the Nebraska basketball postgame show?
Oh, there you go, John.
You don't do
Perfect.
that one.
I filled in one time.
You filled in. That doesn't count. That's not yours.
All right.
Do a baseball one.
No.
Can't
you-
I keep
Imagine-
coming to him
just
with
let me
all
know
these
whichever
I-80 ideas, and he's like, no.
How much interest do you got in that Nebraska ball postgame show for hosts?
Interest. I'm serious. People like it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, there's some potential beans. Let's get them out.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
No, there will be no beans spilled. No beans spilled. It's a secret.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We should probably go. We have Farron soon.
yeah.
Hey,
We do. The crossover's coming up next. The crossover's done now. The
Right.
show's coming up next. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. We'll continue right after this.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, it's been quite the active last few hours. I don't like the activity, so I hope we can have some good news today. Be nice to have some good news.
That would be nice.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to the Grom, brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. John, Josh, and Nick with you on a very, very busy show today.
Busy month.
It's a busy month, but
It
today we're like
Oh, gradient. Look at that.
really busy.
He's been doing that he did yesterday.
He did. I didn't see the gradient yesterday. I thought you were just doing primary colors.
I asked for good news. Today, last day of Louisiana swamp butt heat.
Dude.
It's supposed to change over later this afternoon into tonight.
Yeah, the only part that I hate is that it's going to be because of thunderstorms tomorrow morning, which, then I can't run outside and take Banks for a walk outside, but we'll deal with it.
What's stopping you from running in the rain?
No, it's the thunderstorms. It's the lightning.
Oh,
You don't want to get struck and killed.
just wear rubber shoes.
I don't mind running in rain. I'll do that. I just don't want to get struck by lightning. My wife would also.
I wouldn't want to run in rain.
She says you're not allowed to run in lightning.
Oh,
So I'm always like, but it's really far away. No, I
Yeah,
can
but you don't
see
want
it.
to slip on the wet.
No, my
sidewalk.
shoes got enough grip. I'm good to go there.
Yeah,
You got some
They have
ultras?
enough grip until they don't.
No, I don't. But I'm good. I'm fine.
you should get some ultras.
I'm fine.
Mike Farron will be along, Sirius XM MLB Radio. It's very busy next 48-ish hours in baseball. Michael Brunz of Husker247.com.
Football.
25 teams today is South Carolina.
Football.
Hail McGranahan. No, that's not the name of a song. That's his name. Hail
Hail
McGranahan
McGranahan.
It's a great name.
of the Big Spur.
Hell yeah.
who
Nice get,
covers the
Nick.
Gamecocks. Which college football teams are favored to go 12-0? Believe it or
Oh.
not, according to the spread, there are more than one.
This is fun. That's
More
a fun
than
topic.
one.
That can be only one.
Mitch Holthus with a Chiefs training camp report.
Nice. Who's it going to be today?
Uh,
George Karlaftis?
Nope. Our Mahoney.
Travis Kelce?
Our Mahoney.
Dylan Raiola?
No, he's for Nebraska, Nick.
Oh.
Super hot take market. Good news. The playoff format debate is over.
Shout out to Cats Are Funny. He's finally bullied John into no longer talking about this
Well,
anymore.
it wasn't me, and I'm not being bullied, but the debate is over, and you'll never guess who ended it.
I would like to apologize. Both of my hot takes involve Nebraska. I apologize. I'm too Nebraska pilled at this moment in time.
I've got a hot take.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Steve Sipple will be here with Husker Online.
Noise.
How many Big Ten teams can go over? And we remember Ryne Sandberg. So last night I got done with the No Block, No Rock podcast and was driving home and was pissed off because the Cubs were losing again. And got a text from a good friend of the Grom, Alex Sindelar. And it was one of those deals where you're you know how the text can show up on your radio.
Mm-hmm.
And all I had to do when I clicked on it, I saw it was one of those things where you see all the words, but there's one word that sticks out. And I knew right away what he was tweeting about or texting me about because it just said Sandberg.
Mm-hmm.
And he was just saying how sorry he was, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Alex. And as soon as I saw it, I knew what had happened.
Yeah. Because he's had a lot of health issues.
Well, he's had health issues, and there were quite a few context clues. I mean, he put out his social media post a few weeks ago talking about, how it's been a hard a hard fight this time around. And then John Lester showed up in the stands at Wrigley Field, the last home stand, and was wearing a Sandberg jersey. And then Bobby Dernier was doing the seventh inning stretch a couple of games ago and was doing a shout out to Rhino. And I could just tell by just the way that it was probably going to be close. And so I've talked about, it was funny. We were talking about it during the crossover, but 2016, I remember talking a lot. In fact, it was that conversation that got my voice onto that Cubs pipe video for some reason. We were having the conversation about the last great American sports moment, Cubs winning the World Series, and kind of went through the whole history. And I've always said the reason why people like myself and so many others around here are Cub fans is because of WGN, Harry Carey, day baseball. I mean, I would come home from school and the Cubs game was on and Harry was doing it, and it was like a magnet. But I never really, when we talked about that, I'd never, because it's one, those are the things that help bring you in, but it's got to be something to keep you there. And that, for a lot of us, was Ryne Sandberg, because he was the star. And it's so interesting. My Cub fandom, I always say it started in 1981 because that's when I started watching. I wasn't really a fan, but I was watching. And I'd come home from school. But Sandberg was traded to the Cubs in the winter of 82. And
early 82 before the season?
Before the 82 season. And so he was someone I was familiar with and watched. And then 1984, all the magic happened. The team gets good. Dallas Green makes a bunch of great trades. They get Rick Sutcliffe. They get Gary Matthews. They get Bobby Dernier. It's Dernier. It's Sandberg. It's the daily double, top of the order. They were amazing 1-2 hitters. And Rhino wins the MVP. And they win the division. They should have won the frickin' pennant. F.U. Steve Garvey forever. But that's when the hook was set. And it was because of Rhino. Rhino, he was the magnet. And you talk about great players. He was, and I heard Costas talking about this on MLB Network, and it's so true. He was not spectacular. He was so steady. He was so steady. Yeah, occasionally he'd make the amazing play, but he set the record for most chances without an error by an infielder in Major League history back in the 80s. Won 9 straight Gold Gloves. He was so steady, just consistently, always, doing all the right things. And it's ironic because we talked about Hulk Hogan last week, and so you got to be careful about, sports figures or celebrities or politicians being heroes. Rhino was one guy it was safe to worship because he was such a good guy. And you never heard about him doing anything wrong. He was so smooth. He was so good with the media. He was kind of shy. He was not braggadocious. He was kind of like a Barry Sanders. Hit the ball, drop the bat, put your head down and run the bases. No histrionics, no big bat flip. And I'm not saying those things are bad, but I'm just saying you talk about people who play the game the right way. He was it. He was it. And this one last night, this hit hard. And I talked to Kevin this morning, and he was our guy. Cub fans from the generation before me, it was all about Ernie Banks, Mr. Cub. If you grew up in the 80s and you became a Cub fan, you were a Ryne Sandberg fan. And even if you didn't, even if you wasn't on your team, you was a Ryne Sandberg fan. It's funny because, when I was a kid, I would always mimic, batting stances and stuff. The hardest one, I could probably still do it today. I could probably still do Leon Durham. I could probably still do Gary Matthews. I could probably still do, Zonk, Larry Boa. The hardest one to do was Rhino because it was perfect. It was it was hard to replicate because it wasn't unusual. He was a natural. And little did we, by the way, great research from Sam McEwen. He almost became a Nebraska quarterback.
Really?
He was a 3-sport athlete in Washington State. He's from Spokane. Osborne recruited him, but he decided to commit to Washington State because he wanted to play baseball too. And then the Phillies drafted him and signed him, so he never did go to Washington State. But Osborne recruited him. He could have played for Nebraska.
Interesting.
He was such a good quarterback, such a good athlete. So just it was a sad day, a really terrible day. But I said it last night on Twitter. Thank you doesn't seem to do it enough. But when I think about my childhood, Ryne Sandberg is on the Mount Rushmore. And I'll always, always remember him. As we go to break, we'll bring on Farron. Oh, you know what? Farron's not going to be available today.
Oh no, that sucks. Well, let me read something.
But he can do Thursday because he's still filling in for the Diamondbacks.
Okay,
still filling in for the Diamondbacks.
All right.
So
Thursday.
So we'll grab him on Thursday.
Well, let me read this then, since we have just
go ahead.
time. Because he tweeted this out last night, and I think it fits in with what you were saying. He says, trying to put into words what Rhino meant to my generation of Chicagoans, and it's not easy. For so many, he was their first baseball hero. The power of WGN brought him into their homes and made him a gateway to ignite their fandom. And I mean, it's so interesting hearing your story and then being reminded of what he had to say last night, because, I mean, it's, I don't want to say kids these days, but like growing up a sports fan in 2025, it's just so different than growing up a sports fan in 1981, 1982, because the lack of access, of course, was a huge part of how your generation watched sports, versus now, for better and worse, we get every game, and it feels like we know the athletes even more because they're always on social media.
Yeah.
And hearing you talk about Sandberg, seeing that and just thinking about what he meant for someone of your ilk, I know, was he your favorite Cub?
Yes.
Yeah. And so I
think he was everyone's favorite Cub. And it's funny because, I remember, my 8th grade teacher used to call me Little Keith because I looked like Keith Moreland. We were both redheads. Mm-hmm. So I always thought Keith Moreland was cool when they signed Andre Dawson. But Sandberg was the constant. He was the constant, and he was so dependable. Rarely got hurt, played every game, never made an error. He was the shining light. He really was. If there hadn't been an Ernie Banks, Ryne Sandberg would be Mr. Cub. Mm-hmm. And I always talk about, perfect timing. It was perfect timing. All of it. The trade, WGN, Harry Carey, cable exploding across the country, and so many people. You just wonder if Sandberg had come around 10 years earlier, sure, with his numbers and his accolades, he still would have been a Hall of Famer, but he would not have been as
popular,
celebrated, and dare I say, worshipped by Cub fans. He was the original 23. Jordan didn't start playing for the Bulls until that winter. He was the original 23 in Chicago.
Yeah, one of my best friends, he is, a year and a half, 2 years older than I am. So he's, late 30s now. One of his sons is named Ryne.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Yeah, and
Kevin always said he would, if he would have had a son, he would have named him Ryne.
I went to school with a guy named Ryne, and his parents were huge Cubs fans. I didn't make the connection until recently.
Yeah,
Ryne,
it's such a specific name because it's not Ryan, it's Ryne.
Ryne, but he was named Ryne Sandberg was named for Ryan Dern, who was a player, when his parents were growing up. So it's a baseball name.
Yeah, Carson says, John, your nostalgia for Rhino and the Cubs is such a relatable story and feeling. For me, it was Ricky Henderson with the A's. And so why I asked you about your favorite athlete is because 5 years ago, my favorite athlete, and I don't think I will ever have an athlete that I loved as much as I loved Kobe Bryant during his heyday, he passed away. Because, and we've talked about it before, right? There's something about as you get older, cover them maybe, you get older than them, and it's hard to have those kind of feelings that you have or had for an athlete when you were a kid. And so,
it is different.
It's way different. And so I know the feeling of losing your favorite athlete. I think I told the story, during 2020, but my dad's favorite player, Roger Staubach, it's crazy that he'll still be, he's still with us. He's
Mhm.
still alive.
Mhm.
And yet now you, I, and many of us have lost our favorite athletes. And so, you could obviously tell from the outpouring, from what you've said, from some of the other words, just how important and how great of a person and obviously athlete he was.
So, of course, his famous game as we go to break
Was this NBC? Was this
was
Bob
on
Costas?
NBC. This was Bob Costas, but what we're going to play for you is Harry. This is Harry's radio call, because I thought, Harry and Ryne, those are my guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember a lot of things from that year. It's my favorite Cubs team ever. There will never be another team of any sport that I will love more than 1984 Cubs, period. And, you remember things about that season. I remember that day because my grandpa and I had gone up to Clarkson to do some things, got home, jumped in, and all of a sudden the Cubs are down 7-1. And I'm like, God, I've been looking forward to this game all day and we're losing 7-1. And the Cubs come back. And of course, Ryne Sandberg, off of former Cub Bruce Sutter, who was the Mariano Rivera of that time.
Mm-hmm.
He was the greatest closer. And back then, closers would pitch 2 or 3 innings. So Sutter was in the 9th. He was still in the 10th. And both times, Rhino got him. So as we go to break, and again, no Farron today. He's working with the Diamondbacks. So when we come back, we'll have a lot more on Nebraska football, college football, and the start of training camp. But as we go to break, let's remember the Sandberg game from June 23rd, 1984. Rest in peace, Rhino.
Sandberg hitting 327 now. The pitch. There it goes! Way back! It may be! It could be! It is! Holy cow! The game is tied! The game is tied! Ryne Sandberg did it! Listen to the crowd! One ball, no strikes, 2 out, a runner at first. 11-9 in favor of the Cardinals. The pitch. Strike from the outside corner. They give Sandberg the entire right field section. Now to stretch the pitch. Hey! Oh, way back! Might be out of here! He did it! He did it again! The game is tied! Holy cow! Oh, about that! Everybody's gone bananas!
I was stuck in a rut, my taste buds begging for adventure. Then I discovered Copal Mexican cuisine, their patio perfect for soaking up the sun. Sunday transformed into fun day with all-day happy hour. Mondays, $5 house margaritas that hit the spot. And Taco Tuesdays, 3 tacos, rice, beans, chips, and salsa. All sublime. Now, my taste buds are in paradise. Experience it for yourself today at Copal Mexican Cuisine, 129th and Maple.
The Zone Hotline is powered by Prairie Flower Casino. Play longer, win more.
Hey there. You hear that? Right. You don't. That's what it's like to order food for your workplace with EasyCater. No hold music while you wait to place your order. No tapping as you type in special dietary instructions or long, complicated searches for options in your budget. No crinkling of paper receipts. Just...
Dang, these are some tasty sandwiches.
EasyCater, the better way to order food for work. Order now at easycater.com.
Back here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the Zone mobile app. Don't forget, you can email us. And please vote in the ongoing week-long expectations poll question. This is our third phase of our annual three-phase survey on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620, but we've retweeted it from all of our different social medias.
I'm going to retweet it right now.
Please do. Please do.
Man, we did door number 1, door number 2. That got 3,000 votes. This doesn't have even 1,000 yet. Come on, folks. Vote, please.
Well, door number 1 and door number 2 was fun.
It was
It was fun.
This could be fun. 8 and 4 better could be fun.
Is feeding into people's delusions fun?
Wow, Nick.
We both voted for the same thing.
Feeding into people's delusions, he says. But you can vote there, JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. If you want to send us an email, you can always do that. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank in the box. As I mentioned last night, I was on with the No Block, No Rock podcast. And one of the questions that was asked, and it's kind of it got me thinking into this way.
Yeah.
And that is, and I plan to ask this of Brunz and of Sipple later on. Which is the bigger concern for Nebraska football? Run offense or run defense?
Yeah, and you said it last night, and I think you've said this now a few times. Of the stats that you would like to know, you'd like to know how the run defense is doing, right?
I think if
it would tell the story.
If you gave me Nebraska's run numbers, its analytics, its traditional rushing stats, and kind of where they place in the country, I would feel pretty good about filling in the blanks about how Nebraska was going to do defensively as a whole.
Sure.
You don't have to tell me about how many points they allowed or passing yards or efficiency rate, any of that stuff. If you could just give me the run numbers, I think I could piece it together. Because to me, you could say that for a lot of teams. Because I think this team is going to they're going to rush the passer better than they did a year ago.
We talked about that with Michael yesterday.
We did. The 40-20 goal, 40 sacks, 20 forced turnovers, or 20 turnovers. Just looking back. Last year, Nebraska had 30 sacks.
But if you dive a little deeper, you will notice that there were a couple of games where they had a lot, and then most of the games where they had a little.
Last year they had 6 against Colorado. They had 5 against Purdue. They had 4 against Rutgers. So that's
15.
Half of the 30 sacks came in 3 games.
Which
all
means
wins, but they all came in 3 games because during the losing streak.
Oh yeah, they struggled.
During the losing streak, they had 6 total sacks
during the 4-game losing streak. And that matches, that's 1.5 per game. That matches what they did in those 10 games other than the 3 where they were good. 1.5 per game. They had 15 in 10 games. And it was very similar if you look at the year before where they had a lot against Colorado. I mean, honestly, John, Colorado has really bumped up the numbers the last 2 years where Nebraska's had a lot of sacks in those games. And otherwise, they have really, really struggled. My answer, to go back to your question.
By the way, real quick.
Yeah.
The 30 sacks, that's still the best number they've had since 2016.
They got to get the number up.
Yeah.
They got to get the number up because they got to just be more consistent. But to answer your question, I would say I'm more concerned about the running game. And part of that...
run offense.
Run offense, yes. Big part of that is that the run defense has been really good the last 2 years. And I know it's changing, right? And I think that's why you're going into this question in the first place. Last year, Nebraska, 8th in the country in terms of yards per game allowed. You look at yards per carry, they were 17th in the country. 2023, they were 9th in the country in yards per game allowed on the ground. And yards per carry, they were actually better than that. They were 6th in the country. Last year, Nebraska's rush offense ranked 96th in the country in terms of raw yardage. If you go with yards per carry, which I think is going to help explain your efficiency better, they're 98th, not very good. And while a couple of years ago, they were better in terms of yards per game, they were 39th in the country. That was with a running quarterback, which is going to help juice the numbers. Yards per carry, they were 54th in the country. I know that I just threw a lot of numbers at people. But all that to say, they have been a really good run stopper. They have been average to slightly above average to below average at various points in the 2 years. Now, I'm someone who is very much a believer in Emmett Johnson. You know, I spent some of my time this weekend rewatching some of the Wisconsin game and some of the Boston College game from last year. And Emmett Johnson had plays in both of those that really popped for me. Now, some of that's out of the backfield, though, where he's catching passes. But I really like what I see from him. But, man, I don't know what they have behind him. And I think the passing offense is going to have to be better if the rushing offense is going to be better, which I think it can be. Like, I'm not saying that I don't think it can be improved, but they have to show it to me. And they have to show me that they have somebody beyond Emmett Johnson that is going to be a good back for them in 2020.
Well, that was actually the question, because the question was asked last night. Who's RB2 right now? Right? Who is running back 2?
Because he went off the field.
He went off the field.
Yeah.
Now with what could be a hamstring, we don't know for sure.
Obviously, Mosey has switched positions, but I mean that's putting a lot on a guy to be a true freshman who we thought was a receiver a few months ago.
The other 3 likely options are all either freshmen or redshirt freshmen: Nelson, Parker, and now Mosey.
Yeah.
And now, I don't say this that running back is easy to play, but
yeah, I know what you mean.
For positions on a football field, especially skill positions, ball carrying or ball handling positions, if there is a position where a freshman can make a quicker impact, I think running back can be one of them. But you still, remember with Nebraska, it's not just about running the ball. Pass protection is so important. Pass catching is also important. Just knowing the offense, right? So that's a lot to put on, guys who have not done it or have not done it at all, not done it much or not done it at all. And, we asked a question yesterday of Mitch Sherman, regarding Mosey. Are they putting him out there because of what they think they can get out of him? I'm trying to remember exactly how I phrased it, but is this more a statement of, we think this guy is special, we need to get him, find a place to get him on the field, or
is it the running back room is so bad?
Right.
Yeah. Does this say more about him or does it say more about the running back room? Does it say more about the depth at receiver or more about the lack of depth at running back?
Yeah.
It's obviously all of the above, but I mean, I am certainly not going to go into the next month now with real strong expectations on him being like this this difference maker that changes the running game. Because I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair to put on a guy who was, again, a wide receiver just a few months ago, you know?
I think my answer to the question, I'm still more concerned about the run defense. Because, again, I think they're going to rush the passer well. I think they're going to play in the back end well. But I don't know if they're going to be able to defend the run well. Because that's one thing that Nebraska team, the last 2 years, they have done well, is they have defended the run. And the only reason I would lean more that way than run offense, I like the offensive line. And I think, and I've said many times, I think a good offensive line, the better your offensive line is, the more it can mask other deficiencies on your football team. And so even if you aren't very confident in the running back room, and maybe you are, but if you, just saying for argument's sake, if you have a good offensive line, you can still make hay with the running game. So my answer to the question has to do more with the makeup of the lines, or my confidence in one and not, or lacking in confidence in the other in the moment, because we haven't seen them yet. That's kind of where I'm leaning on this. And I know, Michael was talking up, the defensive
Michael
line.
is insanely bullish, and I don't mean
he's very bullish, and that's great. That's awesome. For the defensive line, I need to see it.
Yeah.
I'm going to need to see it, because I think, last year I thought the offensive line
better
did a bang up job. I think they're deeper and better this year. And while there's certainly talent, there is certainly talent in the defensive front. And Matt Rule has talked about hell on wheels.
Yep. And he has had a consistently good defense. Like, that is not a lie.
And he has had a good defense, but I need to see it before I believe it, more with the defense than with the offense.
Yeah.
So I'm going to lean, of the two, what's your bigger concern, run offense, run defense? I'm going to say it's run defense.
And by the way, just to go back to the last Baylor year, because that's the only other recent college season that we have, besides Nebraska, that rush defense was good in terms of efficiency, 29th in the country in yards per carry. Yards per game allowed, it was a little bit higher. They were 49th in the country. So they've definitely been better at Nebraska so far over the course of the first couple of years. They've definitely been better at Nebraska over the first couple of years. You asked the question, what does it say about the running back room? John texts in, 402-951-1620. It says that Barthel needs to be replaced after this season. It's been a tough running back room for him so far in Nebraska. Been a very tough running back room for him so far.
Yeah. So, listen, they both could end up being, if they're both good, Nebraska's in great shape.
Definitely.
If they're passable, I think Nebraska can be in really good shape. Right? You don't want to see either one take a step back, especially a run offense. You don't want to see take a step back, because it's not like they were great at it last year. But again, I think with the offensive line, the depth that they have up there, I think they're going to move some people around, and they're going to be able to make some hay on offense.
YouTube user says, when listening to Pod's AM radio on the running back room, no one talks about it from this perspective. With Emmett Johnson as running back one, could a running back have a role like Dowdell did last year, 12 touchdowns? Is that even possible? Is it possible that's Ives? I mentioned a second ago that I was
scored a touchdown in the bowl game last year.
He did. I was rewatching some of those games, and the thing that stood out to me a lot about the Wisconsin game was that the other guys would get the ball. It would help move the ball down the field, and then it was usually Dowdell that would finish the job. There were multiple times against Wisconsin where Emmett Johnson had a really good catch out of the backfield or a run that set up for a touchdown, but that it was Dowdell who got it. Emmett only scored 3 touchdowns last year, if I remember right. So that number, I think, is going to go up, just because you hope that he can become that guy down there at the goal line. But how much of that was that they thought that Dowdell had a very specific skill set versus something else? So we're going to find out. Joseph says good O-line can make average backs look great. Let's see.
And that's my belief. I believe
that line can finally be what we have been wanting to see from them for quite some time.
Yeah. A lot more to come here, including, speaking of the run, the pound of the rock is still there. Michael Brunz.
I cannot wait to chat with him.
He saw it. He saw it. He believes in it. It's still there. It lives. We still have 25 teams. We're going to talk about South Carolina.
Nice.
Today. This was one of kind of our wild card teams that we picked.
Mm-hmm.
Could be a really good team, but that schedule.
A lot of potential.
That schedule.
They got some questions, and the schedule is nasty. It's very brutal. It's the opposite of Nebraska's schedule.
And in the super hot take market, I can declare that the college football playoff format discussion debate is over.
Wow.
The Big Ten has lost, and you'll never believe who plunged the sword into the belly of the Big Ten's argument.
Also, look at you. Handshake meme with cats are funny. You are reaching across the aisle.
I
You're saying
am.
we're done talking about this.
We're done.
It's football season
But
now.
it wasn't me that did it.
The season has started
It
now.
wasn't me that did it.
The 2025 season is officially here. We're done.
It's not me that did
Folks.
it. I didn't do it.
We're very done, Nick.
I didn't do it. I'm just telling you it happened. It's over. It's done.
Okay. Perfect.
So, if other people want to bring it up, they can, but they're talking about a dead animal.
Okay. Interesting.
That'll be coming up in the super hot take market. And of course, Sip will be along as well.
Wow. So many things.
So many things. So much Grom. So 1620 the zone.
Previously on the crossover.
Do you find that if you raw dog the fries without some kind of sauce, though, it kind of makes your throat feel like,
No.
like
No.
but
Welcome back to the Grom on this July the 29th. And relief is near. Relief is right around the corner.
I know the season's now less than a month away, John.
No,
I'm excited too.
Relief from the hot weather, Josh. Relief from the hot weather.
I thought he was talking about football, Nick, and how it's almost here.
See, and I thought he was talking about Formula One because they're racing again.
I mean, what are you going to do?
John literally would never.
What are you going to do when the season's actually here? What are you going to be counting down to? You going to count down to the end of it?
No, I'll count down to the games that weekend. It's like a Tuesday. Like,
Well,
oh
you
man,
don't-
it's almost Thursday.
You don't.
2 days away. That's what I do on Tuesday. It's like, man, there's no games. But then I think of Thursday and I get happy again.
Don't you find that your life goes by faster
No.
because you're constantly counting down to things instead of just taking a moment and enjoying everything at its own pace?
It does, Nick. He's just in denial right now.
It doesn't go by faster because of that. It goes by faster because I'm getting older and time moves faster when you're older.
Have you tried not counting down though? Because maybe that's really what it is.
Every time that I am hanging out with my dog, I think I wish I could pause this moment forever because I won't always have this.
Nick, have you noticed? I mean, I've been hesitant to tell him because I sit across from him at the
What?
desk. I mean, the extra grays he's
Yeah.
starting to get,
No, I've
and
seen
and he's starting to get that. And you listen really close
Okay,
to Josh's
yeah.
voice.
I don't care
It's
about
almost like he's Benjamin Button, but the other kind of different. you know?
So
talking
he's
about
just getting
aging?
old.
Just getting
It's called
old.
aging, John.
It's called aging.
I don't
but
mind.
he's aging faster.
I like gray hair. I think that's cool and distinguishing. Don't you dare say that I talk like an old person, though, John. I will
I'm just
murder
saying,
you, or I will allow Happer to murder you.
Interesting.
No more murder.
I
You
would
know,
allow it.
I did.
Like how you just blew past me saying I hug my dog and get sad to think about the future.
I found a Werther's in my pocket the other day when Josh went
No.
by me, and I think he slipped it in.
No,
might have.
that's wrong.
He might have.
Wrong.
Just give me your pocket Werther's.
No, I would never have a Werther. I'm not 100. It will be someday, and I'm not counting down though. I'm just enjoying. I'm enjoying July 29th as it comes.
Let's find out what happens when we get to 5:30 and he has to switch it over to watch Walter Cronkite.
This is great.
Oh.
I woke up this morning and I thought I get to hang out with my pals John and Nick and do a radio show and give them.
and having some coffee and talking about what's happening in the
God,
town.
I do love
Did
coffee.
you see them bushes? They need to trim them bushes across the street.
You know, I will say I have started getting annoyed with neighbors. And I will say when I take Banks for a walk, because it's often very early, most of the people I see are old.
Yeah.
There is this one other young guy. I can tell he's young because he has a leg tattoo. Young people, we love our leg tattoos, like on our thighs.
God, you people are dumb.
It's cool, John.
I don't have any leg tattoos.
Nick, you need to
I
get
have
on
no
that.
desire for a leg tattoo.
I
I like to see my tattoos.
See, it's another
Wear
millennial
shorter shorts.
thing. It's just a millennial thing.
No,
Just dumb
Gen Z's
millennials.
Gen Z's getting leg tattoos.
Yeah. When I was in college, the big thing is all the women would get Dreamcatcher tattoos on their thigh. The thigh tattoos were big, and they were mostly dream catchers.
Yeah, see, Gen Z, Nick, that's your generation.
It's true.
Anyway,
Well,
The slow march of time, unless Josh wants to call it the fast sprint of time.
yeah, the quick countdown to death.
mm-hmm.
So yesterday I mentioned on the show that this time around the words, you still have the rule stuff up from yesterday. I'm saying it like
Wow, yeah,
person,
good
so-
Josh
so-
impression.
So Josh would understand it.
Football.
But Matt Rule was talking about the players wanting the coaches out of the dorms. And it all goes back to player accountability. Here's a little Matt Rule from yesterday.
Yeah, they voted for a group like a for lack of a better word, leadership council type ownership group, and those guys said it. So, just that group. There's maybe one or two guys from each position. There's maybe 10 or 12 guys, and I asked them what they wanted to do, and they said, they've been very emphatic with me. Like they have a group chat, and Corey's in the group chat, and then I put myself in the group chat over vacation. And to be honest, they were like, "Hey, coach, get out of the group chat. Like, go and they were like, go on vacation. Like, to go be with your family. Like, we got this." And I was like, "Well, I do need to send you guys some stuff every once in a while because I like to send. I read a lot. I'll send them something to think about." But to their point, I want that. Like, I want them. This is like the best summer I've had. Like no drama, no issues, no problems. They're not calling me like so and so did this, so and so did that. Like everyone, they handled their business. So
I mentioned, it was things he said yesterday, things he said last week in Las Vegas. And to me, it sounds just a little bit different this time around.
And some of us, me included, said, why?
Why?
Yeah.
Well,
why?
Because I believe this team believes what it is saying. I don't think Matt Rule would go around talking this aggressively about how the team is taken over if he didn't believe it was true. Now, Could the season still get turned upside down? Absolutely. This is no guarantee of victory. This is no guarantee that Nebraska is going to win 9 or 10 games.
That they're going to beat Purdue. Remember when you guaranteed that and they lost? They don't play Purdue.
That was a long time ago, and that was another coach.
Ha! It was.
But I don't think Matt Rule would just go around saying this and continuing to hammer it home if he didn't believe it was true. Steve wrote in the Equitable Bank inbox, I'm with you, Josh.
Hey, Steve.
I'm old. Every year we hear how much stronger, faster the players are, how they're taking more ownership, how they become better leaders, etc. Rule has the gift of gab. First year he expressed how he's going to have a team that others will not want to play. Last year he expressed the same exact sentiment. He emphasized the positive impact of his team's work ethic and on and on. How about improving your game management and time management? How are we this year in that area, coach? Like I said in a previous email, seeing is believing. Now those are different things. They could have good player leadership, but if Matt Rule still can't manage the damn clock or the end of a game, or
some of this is on him.
So that's a different argument.
He needs to go into the clock management group chat.
That's a different item. I get the pessimism. I do. But doesn't at some point it have to end?
It does. So I'll say this to follow up with what you said. I don't know how different this sounds, I guess, is why maybe I asked the question of, wow, really? It sounds the same as it always does. He always says this type of stuff. It's just, I would say he's gone a little harder in the paint about like them taking more ownership. But I swear, if we found quotes from last year, at this time, he probably said the team has more ownership now than they did in year one. But here's the thing, John. I would hope that they have more in year 2 than year 1 and year 3 than year 2. Because that's what happens. I hope that you and I are more comfortable doing the radio today than we were last year, than we were the year before, than the year before that, going all the way back to 2016, because that's what happens with the passage of time. So I would hope that, but I guess I don't know. I haven't noticed a difference. If anything, I think he has been less bullish this offseason than he was last offseason. Last year, he seemed to be talking a whole lot more about how much more of how big of a step they were about to take, and then they didn't. And I don't know. So that's kind of where I'm at on that.
I'm looking through, and again, these are only the clips that I have saved from last year. I would have thought at some point I would have clipped something of Matt Rule saying something about player leadership. But looking back,
nothing.
And again, these are just the clips that I pulled for the show.
Yeah.
Last year's training camp. I'm not seeing anything here. I'm seeing, talk about Alvano's injury, kicking competition, how he's going to use Harburg. We have football integrity on the roster, whatever that means. How he would rate Dylan's understanding of the situation. But there's nothing on here about player ownership or accountability or any of that. Not that he didn't say it.
Yeah.
But I just would have thought
that you would have saved it if he had.
I would have saved something. So to me, it feels like there's more emphasis behind it and there's more belief behind it than we've heard otherwise. And I mean, sometimes, good or bad, present company pays for the sins of their predecessors, because we have heard similar happy talk. This is the time of year for happy talk.
Though he is also
because
paying
everything is positive before the season starts.
I would say this, though. He is also paying for the sins of himself.
In what way?
The team has also lost horrible games under him.
Yes.
Just like they did under Scott Frost.
Yes.
This
but
is not
just because players take accountability, again, it doesn't guarantee success on the field.
Correct. It absolutely does not guarantee any of that.
It can be a sign that things are moving in a positive direction, and there's not as much having to ride herd. I mean, you heard Rule in that clip we played. It's been very stress-free. Hasn't had to deal with off-field incidents. Hasn't had to deal with, kids misbehaving. The players have kind of been policing themselves. And, again, he's saying that. How true is it? I tend to think there's a lot of truth to it.
Aaron texts into the show, 402-951-1620. Oh, I thought you were going to play it. Could part of
this... Do you need this anymore?
I'm good. Thank you.
Could part of this simply be Dylan being mature in his role and feeling like he can be a leader now means more from a quarterback than, say, the defensive line?
Not necessarily. One of Nebraska's best teams. Their quarterback, who shall not be named, was not a captain, but you had Wistrom and Peter running herd on the defensive side. I mean, you can, some of this can do with Dylan, but I think sometimes we tend to overrate how much a quarterback needs to be a team leader. Yes, they have. We always like to use the terms field general and all of that when it comes to play on the field. But you can still have a good team and your quarterback not be one of your most vocal guys. Or it's in a perfect world you'd like it, but it doesn't have to happen. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying yay or nay whether or not Dylan is that person. I sense that he is more of that kind of person. And he probably went through a lot of things last year. It's different when you're an 18-year-old fresh out of high school and you're telling a 22-year-old who's been through the college wars and is grizzled. It can be intimidating to try to lead that person or motivate that person. Another year in the program, Dylan's the guy. He's the Red Rooster. He's out there, being
cock-a-doodle-doo.
Yes,
nice.
Out there,
Dylan Raiola,
cock-a-doodle-doing.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's kind of his nature. But it doesn't have to be that way.
Peacocking.
It doesn't have to be that way. Peacocking.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So I don't know. I feel like I can trust Matt Ryan.
You're going all in. 10-2 Bishop. That's what they're calling you now.
I have not predicted anything.
11-1 Bishop.
I have not predicted anything. We're going to have to wait and see. We got to see how camp goes.
Still,
I'm seeing reports.
Many weeks.
I'm seeing reports all around the NFL. This guy's getting hurt, and this guy's getting hurt.
But enough about the Dallas Cowboys.
Not even that. We got to talk about. There were a couple of receivers dinged up today for the Chiefs. Got to talk about that with Mitch coming up in about an hour.
But first,
we don't know how camp is going to go. We hope that the drama-free offseason that Matt Rule has been trumpeting continues through the next 4 weeks.
You just jinxed it again. What are you going to say next, John? There won't be any injuries to anybody, especially at tight end. What are you going to say next?
What?
I'm just asking.
All I said was we hope that is the case.
Yeah, you just jinxed it now.
I didn't jinx anything.
He just jinxed it.
John,
there won't be injuries, says John Bishop.
There's no way Nebraska is going to go 12-0.
We don't have that
anymore.
Is that
a jinx?
Wow.
What happened? We don't have the John's Jinx of the Day graphic anymore.
That's because it doesn't exist, Nick.
Yeah, I'll do this.
It doesn't exist.
That's the martyr baton, Nick.
It doesn't exist.
Fine, what about this?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What about that?
No, I don't know.
Nice. Nice.
John's Jinx.
Yeah, John's eating a jinx again.
Coming up, we're going to get an update on the Pound of the Rock.
Awesome.
From Michael Brunz.
We got Brunz. We got South Carolina coming up in the next half
we do.
hour.
And
that's Dylan.
There could be multiple teams that go undefeated this year if Vegas is right.
Awesome.
We'll explain all of that and more as we continue on 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunzy who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunzy called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunz. It's Michael Brunz. Michael Brunz. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunz.
You know, a fun little follow on Twitter is No Context 1620.
Yes.
We just use this anytime we get some interesting correspondence in our YouTube chat or our email.
Text.
And we just put it out there with no context. You just do with it as you please.
Yeah.
The most recent post came from an email that Josh received from listener John, who quoted Sam McEwen. I'm assuming he's talking about Sam McEwen in the World Herald, saying that the new grass practice fields remind him of Purdue's field.
Oh, no.
To which John wrote, Nebraska won't even have enough players to finish the season if that's the case. Yeah, DPE would like to have a word with you, Sam, about that Purdue field. Brunzy, we all aspire to be Purdue's grass, don't we?
Yeah, there was he was a defensive back from Florida that also got injured in warm-ups at Purdue.
Was that the COVID year?
Yes, he got carted off.
Yes, that was a weird day.
Yeah. Ooh, yes.
I'll look it up.
Who was
He was from Florida, former 5-star kid. What's his name?
Somebody is going to mention it in the YouTube chat. I don't even know why I'm searching for this. Nadab Joseph.
There we go. Yeah, I think he was befallen by the turf there at Purdue. Not even during the game.
Wait, never mind. Joseph got hurt in the game. Miles Farmer was carted off the field during warm-ups with an air cast. That means the break was horrible. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Yep.
God, that season sucked.
He probably had to be driven across campus too, because that was the other thing with Purdue, right? They didn't even have the medical facilities in their stadium.
They were too busy engineering something else. We don't have room for that medical stuff.
They're putting men on the moon. They couldn't get an X-ray machine in the stadium there.
Purdue, we can put a man on the moon, but we can't do X-rays on site.
But our turf sucks.
Yeah. Oh, it's bad. It's bad.
Before we get to it, Michael Brunz, we've got a picture of it here on our video stream, zonetv.live. But Michael Brunz, as per tradition, first day of training camp, seeks out the Pound the Rock, the infamous rock that used to sit there at North Stadium.
Thank you, Bill Callahan.
And actually, didn't it have a medallion on it that said Pound the Rock?
So the evolution of the rock in its movement out of the stadium, it was briefly on the south side of the practice facility with the plaque on it, and then they took the plaque off, but it had been in the sun for so long that it kind of had like a plaque suntan, so you could still see the outline of the plaque.
Oh,
and then they moved it again to its current place. Kind of on the west side there of the facility. It's now plaqueless, and just kind of it looks like it just blends right in. You wouldn't even know that there was Husker lore in front of you.
You really wouldn't. You would just think it's a random decorative rock.
Yeah.
But instead, there is a lot of history behind that.
I was talking to somebody the other day. That size of a rock, like if you went to like
those are expensive.
I won't say a nursery, in case you guys have an advertise there, but
nice.
But those are really pricey rocks. Like that's not a cheap endeavor there.
It is not a cheap endeavor.
No, it's not.
But it's looking smaller and smaller by the year as the shrubbery grows around it. To which Dave, our good friend Dave Fight of Husker Max, says if they trim the shrubbery, it would look bigger.
Charles the Rock is a grower, not a shower. Mustache Adam. That fashion was big in the 70s.
This segment brought to you by Manscaped.
Excellent work by all parties involved.
Thank you, Brunz, for keeping the spirit of Callahan's Rock alive.
We appreciate you, Brunz.
We should name it Callahan's Rock.
I love that idea.
I mean, I realize it was originally the Pound the Rock, but I like Callahan's Rock. I like giving it a name.
Yeah.
See,
like
they do
Plymouth
that.
Rock.
They've got that rock down at Tennessee where that they like paint. You know, they draw
Yeah.
stuff on it, paint it. They need to start doing that there.
I think
Although apparently you'd have to get a machete and hack through some of that bush now.
When they nice, thank you for our new drop. Brunz, I believe when Tennessee, when they were gonna hire Greg Schiano for like 5 seconds before Clay Travis led a revolt, I think that the fans were painting all sorts of horrible things about Greg Schiano on that rock.
They were.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm gonna go look that
and
up.
then they chased his ass out of town.
They did.
I mean, it was less than like 12 hours.
That was a wild time.
We just took on this topic a little bit, and it's kind of my question of the day about Nebraska football. What is the larger question to you, the run offense or the run defense?
Run offense. It's run offense.
Okay.
Because run defense, I at least have I feel like we have kind of an idea of who might be defending the run. I don't know that we have as good of an idea about who's going to be doing the running. Is that fair?
Sure. It's your answer.
It's Emmett and then who knows at this point with the running back. So I think I have more questions there. And I think the offensive line is going to have the ability to run the ball. I think they're going to be able to run the ball between the tackles okay too. But I just don't. When Matt Rule says they need to get 3 or 4 running backs, I just don't know how that's going to look right now, and I think that's why I probably have more question marks there. Like I think that's going to be that position group. I think is going to be an ongoing story throughout fall camp. Like I don't think that's going to go away until we start seeing some games and what that actually looks like in practice. Because from hearing Dana Holgorsen in the spring, they want to run it. They want to run between the tackles. They like the inside run game. But I just don't know what the pecking order is going to be at running back. And I think that's where the questions lie for me.
Brunz, I used part of last week's end by watching many minutes of Dane Key and Isaiah Hunter highlights. And then I had a great weekend. And then I watched some of the Nebraska wins over Wisconsin and Boston College in the bowl game. And so I use that as a way to ask you this. What have you talked yourself into now that camp has started? Because the offseason is so long, and so we have to think and we talk about this team all the time. And then by the time August rolls around, like, you have formed opinions based off of nothing other than your own brain. I have definitely talked myself now into Dane Key being an 800 to 1,000 yard wide receiver. I've long talked myself into Emmett Johnson being a 1,000 plus yard all-purpose back. What have you used the offseason to talk yourself into?
Yeah, I think I've maybe against all good reason. I've talked myself into Nebraska being okay at tight end. I think after seeing that crew yesterday, I think they've got the potential there to have a few difference makers. Whether that's a guy going out and actually catching something, or I just think they're going to have the ability to move some guys on the edge too. With Lindenmeyer and whatever Mac Markway is going to give them. So I've talked myself into that a little bit.
Okay.
I've also talked myself into I wasn't up, watching Dane Key highlights. So you've got me there, but I do think they're gonna be able to find some bigger plays this year. Like I have talked myself into that, and I think part of that is just kind of projecting. Okay, what does a step forward in that way look like for Dylan Raiola? Because it just felt like at times last year he didn't just rip it and just throw the deep ball. And I think that's going to be a little bit different. I think they're better at wide receiver around him this year than what they were a year ago. And I was looking back at it. I think Nebraska was like 13th or something like that in the Big Ten in plays of over 30 yards. I think that was what I came down on. And I think they can be a lot better there. And so I've kind of talked myself into the fact that they're going to get some layups, some big plays where you're not having to just completely grind out 10 and 12 play drives. I mean, I think they're going to have to do that a little bit. But I do think with the guys that they've got on offense and having Emmett Johnson involved in the passing game out of the backfield, I think there's more potential for big plays there than what they had a year ago.
I'm assuming at some point, I haven't looked at the complete schedule, we are going to hear from Donovan Raiola about the offensive line. But I'm curious, how deep do you think, under normal circumstances, forget about injuries, normal game attrition, whatever, how deep do you think they might rotate during the course of a game?
Yeah, I mean, so we're assuming they're probably not going to rotate at center. They can though. I think Sam Sledge is probably in the place where he could help if he needs to. I don't know that there's going to be a ton of rotation. Like I always feel like we talk about it, and when it comes to actual game time, there's just not much of it there. But I think they have the ability to do it if they want to. So, I mean, if you we were kind of talking yesterday, like 8 or 9 guys that you would probably feel pretty comfortable putting in a game right now. Like the interior, starting group feels pretty set, but the tackle spot. I mean, you had Gunnar Gatula that started last year. He looks a lot better physically than he did a year ago. You got Pritchett, who you brought in from Alabama to, you would hope start, but I mean, he's going to have to win that job. And on the other side, I mean, I think they feel okay about their options at right tackle. I mean, I feel like you would probably see more rotation at tackle than you would on the interior, but I don't know that the gap between the ones and the twos is nearly what it's been in the past. And I think that's partially credit to the development that they've done over the last couple of years. I think they've recruited well along the offensive line too. I mean, I think that's been, maybe overlooked a little bit what Nebraska's done in kind of building the roster back. So I don't know that they'll absolutely do it. I think they have the potential to, and I think that they also have the ability that if a guy's not getting it done, you're not going to have to ride with a guy because you actually have options now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's almost as important as, just rotating if everything's going well.
Brunz, you are a grizzled reporter. You've been boots on the ground for years. You know how to cut through BS of a training camp. What are you going to actually listen for in terms of special teams to kind of figure out if there is going to be like a nice, notable improvement?
I mean, I think we'll need to know a little bit. Like you'll be able to tell, I think, what they feel like the kicking spot looks like the field goal kicking. It's basically a three-man race. It's one of those things that you can actually chart. Like there's a number behind it, and I think you'll get a pretty good sense once we get into fall camp a little bit, maybe like by week 3 of how they're kind of feeling about things. And that's one area I think you can kind of cut through, whatever is being said and get to a little bit more of an honest assessment of things. I don't know, punting, I think the punting and the return game, you're just going to kind of need to see it a little bit. I mean, I think they're going to try to return kicks. They're going to try to return punts, but I mean, I'm kind of, maybe I'm grizzled enough that I know that by now you just have to see that when it actually happens. Because we've seen enough fair catches through the years to know that you shouldn't just count on kicks being returned. So I think we can cut through a little bit more easily on field goals, and we'll have to see everything else because wanting to do things and again they want to return them, but actually doing it in practice and having success doing it, that's a completely different animal.
Especially in this day and age of football where, and teams like Nebraska are going to the rugby style kicking, it's harder to return.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And make that kind
Talk
of
about it
impact.
with Michael every year ahead of the Jet Awards.
Yeah. So, yeah, that to me, as much as, we think about the long snaps, which were an issue last year, the block punts, which were an issue last year, all those different things, the return game, the sexy part of special teams, the jury's still kind of out on that. And I'm anxious to see what gains can be made by Coach Eckler in those spots. By the way, Donovan, I'm sorry.
Dominic's the new coach?
No, Donovan will speak on the 15th That'll be his one. That'll be his one media availability prior to the season. I just looked it up on the chart there from Keith Mann. So we'll look forward to that conversation, and we'll look forward to talking to Michael Brunz next week. Brunsy, we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Anytime, guys. Thanks.
Bye, Brunz.
Michael Brunz, keeper of Callahan's Rock.
Thank you, Brunz.
It's still there.
You know what Nick is?
Nope.
The keeper of the 25 teams in 25 Grums streak.
It's 6 in a row.
It's been years since we won a perfect 25 for 25. Years.
And you just jinxed it. We're not even a fourth of the way.
Jinxed
through
it.
25 teams. And
am I complimenting Nick on his great work so far? Whoa.
You jinxed it.
No, I did not jinx it. Put the 25 teams in your mouth and chew it up. Yum, yum, yum. Because we're talking about South Carolina today.
We are talking about the Gamecocks with Hale McGranahan of the Big Spur in 25 teams in 25 Grums. No, it's more like on 1620 The Zone.
Countdown is on.
Play action again. He's taken down. Launches the football. South Carolina scoops it up. And the Gamecocks, Tonka Hemingway, will walk it in for a 36-yard scoop and score. Demetrius Knight clogs the fumble. The swing with Jared Brown. Elite speed. And Brown takes it to the house. 38-yard catch and run.
Before straight runs, Sellers stays alive. Sellers inside the 10.
tumbling towards the front pylon. And the signal is a touchdown. The freshman quarterback reached the end zone. Magnificent.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 Groms.
South Carolina. This is, we had room for some wild card teams, because we wanted to obviously pick all of Nebraska's opponents.
Yep.
We wanted to pick some of the main national championship contenders, but then there was also, you had room for a few wild cards in there. And I said, Shane Beamer there at South Carolina had a pretty good year. They were on the cusp. I mean, if it weren't for a few mistakes against Bama and kind of misstepping against Ole Miss, they had Ole Miss at home and ended up losing. They could have been in the playoff conversation last season. So I thought, you know what? Let's talk some Gamecock football.
Let's do it.
Hale McGranahan, who covers the Gamecocks for the Big Spur, member of the 24/7 network, joins us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Hale, how you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing fine. I appreciate you guys having me. And out of the games they lost in the regular season, that the one you didn't mention, the LSU game, is the one that really sticks in the craw of Carolina fans with how that turned out.
Oh, yeah.
So, those games, the games I mentioned, the game you mentioned, and being as close as they could have been, how much has the missed opportunity been a conversation and maybe serving as a motivator for 25?
Pretty significant on both ways for the players and for the fan base. To answer your question, that there are a lot of guys gone from last year's defense, but they've got a good many back and some guys who are going to step into starting roles. And offensively, obviously with Lenora Sellers back and a handful of other players on that side of the ball as well, they've got a core of guys who experience that stuff, and they're itching to try to bounce back from that disappointment of not making the college football playoff, but also the disappointment of losing their bowl game to Illinois. That was a game they feel like they let slip away as well. So they're plenty motivated, that's for sure.
Hale, in a recent story on 24/7 Sports, you asked a question about the position groups on offense, and you said, can Sellers be better than he was in November? And, it was a spectacular month. They went undefeated, including wins over, at the time, a top 10 Texas A&M team, Clemson in the finale of the regular season, Missouri sandwiched in there. He had 16 total touchdowns. Can he do that? I will just ask you your question back to you. And how much of that is more of a consistency discussion than it is like a ceiling discussion?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, a consistency deal. Maybe I didn't do a great job of expressing that feeling in what I wrote, but that's to me, and I think him and the coaching staff and a lot of people who watched all 12 games that he played in last year, can he do it from start to finish? It was a tough start in the first game of the season against Old Dominion, and granted, it was his first start as a college quarterback, and there were some peaks and valleys along the way, some injuries that he had to play through and deal with, and all that stuff. So, in the totality, it was a solid season for sure. But that last month was what really punctuated it, and if he can come anywhere close to replicating that over these next 3 months or so, 4 months, it's going to be a special season, I think.
How did things look on the rushing side of things last year? South Carolina had the fourth best rushing attack in the conference, but Rocket Sanders is gone now. Are working the transfer portal, as a lot of teams did, to bring in some depth. How do you think things look in the rushing game this year for South Carolina?
Yeah, it's a loaded question still right now. Oddly enough, they're trying to figure out if Rasul Faison, who transferred in from Utah State, if he's even going to be eligible to play this fall. He came in. They knew they were going to have to try to appeal to the NCAA to get him one of those Diego Pavia waivers, since he spent some time at JUCO. And not to get into all the minutia of that, it's a long story, but they're still waiting from the NCAA to get the final ruling on whether or not he's going to play. So if he's playing, he's going to be very much a part of the offense. But if he's not, Oscar Attaway is returning from last year, transferred from North Texas before last season. I got Jordan Howell, who transferred in last season from South Carolina State. Matthew Fuller, who's a redshirt freshman, and a guy who just transferred in from Colorado, Isaiah Agastavi, who's been with the team for a couple months now. So a lot of those guys that I named are unproven in the SEC, or a couple of them are, but they've all got interesting track records and backgrounds, and I think we could see each one of them contributing at some point along the way.
Hey, which of the young receivers do you like the most?
If we're talking the first-year freshman,
yeah,
I'd lean towards Malik Clark, who's about 6'2", and he can really run, from Rock Hill, South Carolina. Then another guy who's been really impressive since he got in January, like Malik, is Brian Rowe, who's from the Charlotte area. Super explosive athlete, a little smaller than Malik is, but I think both of those guys are going to make some plays this fall. I think the biggest thing is just figuring out how soon they can do it.
Hale McGranahan joins us. He is covering the South Carolina Gamecocks for the Big Spur, member of the 24/7 Sports Network. Shane Beamer went into the portal to fortify some guys on the offensive line. How does that unit look to shape up this year?
Well, they bring back several tackles with starting experience. The two guys who started last year, Josiah Thompson, Kason Henry, a guy named Tree Babalade, who started in 2023 left tackle. So there's some continuity there, and like you said, they brought in a bunch of transfers, and those guys are primarily going to work along the inside. They got to replace both guards in the center from last season, and it could be a combination of those transfers, could be a combination of guys who've been in the program for a couple years, or even a freshman. So it's very much a wait and see type of deal along the inside, but they've got three guys competing for 2 tackle spots as well.
Hale, moving to the defense, and another ceiling question for you. I mean, everything that I read about this team, Dylan Stewart is going to be mentioned there, not just if we're talking defense, but if we're talking about the overall roster. Like, what does leveling up look like for him in his second year with South Carolina?
That's a great question. Because he came in as a 5-star, obviously, and it's hard for 5-stars to live up to their potential, like, immediately. Well, he surpassed it, and it's rare for that to happen. So if you just assume that his growth is linear and he's even better than he was last year, it's probably close to the production that like Kyle Kennard had, who's one of the best players in all of college football last season. And so we're talking double-digit sacks, obviously well into the double digits with tackles for loss. So yeah, if we're just talking a guy who's putting up better numbers than he did a year ago as a pass rusher, I think he's definitely trending in that direction to be a guy who can have 10 sacks and be upwards in the that stat category, not just in the league, the SEC, but nationally.
Couple of portal players, Onkaronkwo from Alabama, Murphy from Florida State, among the linebackers right now. So just as, portal additions have been made on the offensive side, defensive side as well, and getting some Power 4 experience. What about the linebackers this year for South Carolina?
Yeah, so Murphy is a guy they're really fired up about. Not that they aren't about Okoronkwo, but Murphy's someone who I think is probably trending in the direction of being a starter for sure, and it's kind of been that way since the spring. I would guess that he'll be paired with, and they run a 4-2-5 base, so he'll probably be paired with a guy named Fred Johnson, who was a freshman last year and got his feet wet a little bit and learned from all those older guys who were playing ahead of him. So yeah, I think it's going to start with those three and another returning player in Jaron Willis, and they'll be able to mix and match some things because they've got some different skill sets amongst them. And talking about transfers on that side of the ball in the secondary, Brandon Cisse, who came in from NC State as a cornerback, is probably the guy that everyone's been most excited about, regardless of position over on that side of the ball.
Hey, Hale, big picture question now. Like, I'm curious, as you who's been covering this team, like the balance of talking about the actual players and coaches versus the schedule. Like, what has that been like for you? Because I mean, it's absolutely nuts when you look at what they have, and in particular, the games and where they fall on the schedule and how they're all consecutively. And I'm talking about October, and for our listeners who don't know, it's at LSU, Oklahoma at home, Bama at home, at Ole Miss, Idle Week, at Texas A&M, not to mention Clemson to finish out the regular season. I mean, it is a gauntlet in the middle of the season.
I'll say this: the players change over the years, but and sometimes the teams on the schedule do too, obviously. But that aspect doesn't really change from year to year. There's always going to be a stretch where it's like Oh my God, like they got to do that. Geez, that's tough. And they had it last year in October as well, and they did very well, and it spilled over to November when you had A&M and Missouri, and of course you got to close out Clemson like you do every other year. So nothing new that way. That's just kind of how it goes around here, I guess.
Do you think the team is excited to have that opening Sunday, playing on a non-traditional day to open up the season and have an opportunity nationally?
I'm sure they are. I think the thing that's kind of overshadowed that aspect of it all is just the storyline with Shane Beamer and Virginia Tech and that obvious connection. That's been kind of the main talking point, I guess. But kind of going back to what I was saying earlier about the bowl game that they lost last year. That, if you guys remember, the Citrus Bowl was the only college football game on that day, or the only bowl game on that day. So they had a similar situation or opportunity, and yeah, they lost. So I think they're trying to bounce back from that and get back on the right foot.
Hale McGranahan of the Big Spur 24/7 Network covering South Carolina. Hale, we always end out our interviews in this segment with some quick, rapid-fire, quick answer questions. Are you ready?
I think so.
All right. Nick, let's do it.
Rapid fire.
Rapid fire.
You do not throw rocks at a man who's got a machine gun.
Rapid fire.
The most important player.
Lenore Sellers.
Player that you're most interested to see how they contribute this year.
Lenore Sellers.
The minimum that this team could do to satisfy expectations would be
8 wins.
The thing
regular season.
Regular season. Yeah, regular season. Very good. The thing that you like most about this team this year is?
Lenore Sellers.
The thing that worries you the most about this team is?
The defensive line outside of Dylan Stewart.
If you had 10 grand riding on it, what is your regular season prediction record?
Ooh. 8-4.
Your SEC champion this year is?
LSU.
Oh,
that's a new one.
And give me 3 teams that you would wager to win the national title this year.
LSU. Gosh. Man, Oregon.
Oh.
And I'm just trying to throw out curveballs.
I like it.
I like
it. Yeah.
This is
These
good.
are different than normal.
God. I'll say Nebraska. Why not Nebraska?
Let's go!
Oh,
Hale, the best guest we've ever had on the show.
A pandering guest, too.
We love it.
all names that we haven't heard yet this year.
No,
Hale
that's
McGranahan
great.
of the Big Spur. Hale, we appreciate the time. Thanks for the preview. Enjoy the season.
All right, y'all do the same. Appreciate you guys having me.
We will.
Thank you, Hale.
We will. Hale McGranahan joining us from the Big Spur. So, you mentioned the schedule.
Ooh, it is spicy.
Earlier, but Sunday they open against Vatech. That's a neutral site, right?
Yep, that is. I was just looking at it. That game is in. Where was it at? Mercedes-Benz Megatron's BH, John.
Yeah, the Megatron's BH there in Atlanta. Then South Carolina State. Then they get into conference season with Vandy. Now, they've got the advantage of having more home games this year. They're only playing 4 on the road, but they're at Missouri. And I talked about Missouri earlier when we previewed. Which team was it we previewed? I thought Missouri could be a game that could trip somebody up.
Yeah, I don't remember who that was.
Who was that last week?
Somebody.
LSU on the road, Ole Miss on the road, Texas A&M on the road. But look at that middle
Dude,
stretch.
that October stretch is nuts.
LSU, Oklahoma, Alabama, at Ole Miss, Idle Week, at Texas A&M.
Yeah, and he mentioned the LSU game at the beginning of the conversation because you talked about the other 2 that they lost last year. That was a game that they blew. They lost it by 3. And, in the end, you didn't know it in the moment. In the end, it probably kept them out of the playoff. They were a 9-3 team. They probably would have gone in at 10-2.
And Coastal is not an easy one.
No, that's pretty fun.
And that's
late
the
in
game
year.
that they have right before Clemson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
7.2 wins, according to K Ford. A
makes sense why you say
68% chance of 7, 40% chance of 8 wins, according to K Ford.
Makes sense why you said 8 then, given that that 7.2 is the most likely record.
Damn, that's a tough schedule.
Yeah. Bill says Nebraska picked sounds like a new member of the Positive Boys. Yep, we're a huge fan of Hale's work, and we always have been. The Positive Boys. Tough sketch, man. Really, really tough. And Sellers,
man, depending on how that breaks out, could South Carolina be in the conversation if they're 9-3?
Definitely.
I think so.
Well,
assuming that these power rankings from K Ford kind of hold up and there's not like a surprising good or bad team. I mean, 9 wins could put them in the conversation. Not saying they'll get in, just saying they could be in the conversation.
You know, Kelly Ford has that graphic that's total regular season wins required to be in the CFP at large discussion. Theirs is actually 8 because of how tough the schedule is overall. So, like, I don't think they would get in because it's a committee and they're not going to put in an 8-4 team. But their schedule is really, really tough. The season comes down, and he said his name 3 times in those answers. Lenora Sellers. Like, it is interesting to look at what he did last year because people are really, really excited about him based off of 1 month, 16 touchdowns in November total, including 5 passing versus Missouri. He had the game-winning rushing touchdown versus Clemson. He, by the way, had 2 rushing touchdowns in that game and over 160 rushing yards, averaged 10.5 yards per carry. But he mentioned the Old Dominion game. Old Dominion? 10 for 23 in the opener, 43.5 completion percentage. That was his worst of the year. Against Texas A&M in a win, 13 of 27. Very inconsistent, 18-7 touchdown to INT ratio. Had some turnovers. If he could be more consistent, this is a team that could be legit. If not, like, they're just going to be one of those classic offseason, like, oh, they were fun to talk about for a while.
There are multiple teams this year that are projected as favorites in every game this season. Multiple teams. And this is according to, sadly, RIP, Brad Powers, Bet the Board podcast.
Oh, man. Bring back Bet the Board.
But according to his power rankings, Arizona State, Clemson, Georgia, Notre Dame, and Ohio State would be favored, according to his power rankings, in every game this year.
Say those names again.
Those names again are, I just moved off of it. Arizona State, Clemson, Georgia, Notre Dame, Ohio State.
Interesting that it is 4 different conferences and an independent. So there's not 2 teams in the same conference that are favored, which tells us that obviously Georgia is favored against Alabama. So Alabama is not favored in every single game. Ohio State is favored against Penn State. So thus Penn State cannot be favored in every game, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
By the way, I'm just looking to see K Ford, Clemson, predicted to win 57% chance or greater. 57 is against Clemson. South Carolina. Is the lowest in every game.
Put it on the internet that people love Clemson.
They do love Clemson.
We said shut up about them.
Arizona State.
All the time.
Arizona State, K4 disagrees. 48% chance of winning at Utah. Close.
But
there's
no
also
cigar.
there's also a couple of 51s in there as well. 51% at Iowa State, 51% at Baylor.
And they also have Texas Tech on the schedule too, John.
Let's see. He said Georgia.
So the game with Bama is going to certainly be the closest that they have. Oh, and Texas.
K Ford agrees. K Ford, all the games projected above 50%, the lowest being 53% versus Texas. And let's see. We said Notre Dame and Ohio State. The Buckeyes.
They don't have Oregon this year, but they have Penn State.
K-Ford agrees, and the lowest percentage is 60.
Is that against Texas or
against
Penn State?
Texas.
Interesting.
Penn State, 68% chance of winning.
And then Notre Dame?
And the Fighting Irish. K-Ford agrees, lowest percentage, 56% chance in the opener against Miami.
If they get by Miami, you're going to be feeling really good about Notre Dame.
By the way, Notre Dame is north of 81% in 10 of their 12 games. Miami.
That Boise game is fun as hell, man. They got Boise on the schedule.
They do.
What a fun trip that'll be for the Bronco fans. They get by Miami, and then they have A&M. Is it the next week or 2 weeks later?
2 weeks later, because
that's so weird to have an off week that early in the season. That would suck. Remember when they came to Nebraska right before 9/11? They hadn't played yet that year. Nebraska had already played 2 or 3 times going into that game. Very, very strange. Who's the most likely of that list to go undefeated in the regular season? And you cannot say none of them. You have to pick one. Most likely. Is it Notre Dame? Notre Dame famously has lost some real perplexing games under Marcus Freeman, but they also made the national championship last year.
Man.
Kenneth says it, though. If Notre Dame is 2-0 after Miami and A&M, who on that schedule is going to scare them? Clemson has LSU in the opener, which is our new friend Hale's pick to win the Natty. But they also suck in openers.
LSU will never scare me because of Brian Kelly.
Gumbo. I think Notre Dame might be the answer.
I think I'm going to lean slightly Clemson.
I think people are
Notre Dame would be a close second.
I think people are a little out over their skis on Clemson. Just a little out. I feel like a lot of this is because of the loss in the playoff, like that they played admirably in the loss. And because they finally dipped into the portal a little bit. Like there's still a team that lost 3 games, including to South Carolina last year. They almost lost a game to SMU. And yeah, congrats. They were within 7 points at one point in their 14-point loss to Texas. Like, I don't know. I'm just pumping the brakes a little bit on the Tigers. Just a little bit. They're in the ACC, though. And they don't have Miami on the schedule.
They don't have Miami on the schedule. And the road games
manageable.
The road games are at Georgia Tech. We're obviously previewing Clemson before we get to Clemson. And I assume Clemson isn't in 20. Did we include them in 25 teams?
Nick?
Are they on the list?
Don't remember off the top.
Probably should be.
I mean, there are some tough road games. Georgia Tech, North Carolina, Boston College in back-to-back weeks.
I don't believe it.
Then Louisville, and then finishing up at South Carolina. God,
Clemson is on the list. Get the tomatoes.
I'm going back. I got to believe in my guy, Marcus Freeman.
I was gonna
Notre
say.
Dame.
Okay.
Notre Dame.
Good take.
Is my team.
I think that's the proper take.
Because Marcus Freeman, the superior coach. Especially
Damn it, I hate being wrong.
Bum down in Baton Rouge. That fake Cajun.
Nick, what's worse, bum or hobo? To say, not what is a worse person.
Wow.
No, I was just confirming so you knew.
What do you think is the worst person, Josh?
Neither. I like all humans, except for the bad ones.
I like them too, but I like the word hobo is a fun word to say.
Going back to the conversation, Ohio State, we're not picking them because they do open with Texas. Like, they could be 0-1, and they also have Penn State on the schedule. But, God, if they get through those games, they're going to be probably just fine.
I think bum might be worse, though.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Worse than hobo? Interesting.
I think so.
Sneaky, tough game on the road in Champaign, Illinois. And then who's the other team? Oh, Georgia. Their schedule's just so tough, man. Like, also, I don't know. This is probably wish casting a little bit, but are we sure that, like, we should just pencil them into the playoff? Everyone's penciling them. Pencil. Georgia. Everyone's just penciling them.
Georgia
quarterback bad.
Georgia's that team with the benefit of the doubt because
should we be giving them that benefit of the doubt though? Still, should we?
First off, I haven't.
Remember when they lost to Notre Dame last year?
I have not picked them.
Nick, remember that fun meme of me watching the Notre Dame game because it was on in the afternoon and I was like leaning like this?
Yeah.
Remember that?
I do.
Yeah, good times.
I mean, I enjoyed it too because it was Notre Dame.
Go Notre Dame! That was fun.
Still to come, we have Mitch Holthus's training camp update.
Oh, that's next.
And we're going to hear from our Mahomie and the super hot take market. Wow. The playoff format debate is over, and you'll never guess who ended it.
Cats Are Funny did. Thank you, Cats Are Funny. We're done talking about it.
Someone much more influential.
More influential?
Someone much more famous.
Much more famous?
Was it me? Did I do it on accident?
You're not famous.
Nope.
Nobody knows.
He said more famous than Cats Are Funny.
Wow.
I think I'm more famous than a YouTube commenter.
Wow. That's a texter, Nick.
Or then that too.
Wow, interesting.
But stand by for a Chiefs training camp update, including there was some injury news today from Kansas City. We'll see if Mitch has the latest for us.
Okay.
Patrick?
Nick, would you stop it?
No, I don't know.
Don't say those words.
I hope not. I don't want anyone to be injured.
Patrick is not injured, everybody. He's fine. But if he gets hurt, blame Nick.
Oh.
This is going to be like when Scoop killed Michael Jackson.
I'm not trying to kill Patrick Mahomes.
Trying to kill his knee.
I didn't say anything about his knee,
He didn't
Josh.
specify any injury. What are you trying to say?
Nothing.
Well, what's wrong with you, you jerk?
Nothing.
Gosh, surrounded by a bunch of jinxes. 16-20 the zone.
Live from St. Joe, 1620 The Zone presents a Chiefs training camp report brought to you by Hy-Vee, official partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, here's John and Josh with the voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holthus.
No, it's been awesome. To see how motivated the guys are, how hungry they are, and just continue to get better and better. It's been great competition, offense, defense, and whenever that's happening and you're getting competition every single day, that's when you know you're getting better.
You're so analytical. What have you made a priority for this year specifically?
Yeah, for me, it's always footwork stuff, like being on time, being in rhythm, depth of routes, stuff like that, and then getting back to attacking downfield. Obviously, you want to stay surgical, you want to stay hitting the right passes, but at the same time, you want to be able to have that deep threat, and that opens up the entire offense.
The world was aghast I think it was this week, or maybe it was late last week, they announced the 99 Club. And Patrick Mahomes wasn't on it.
Yes, I saw this.
People lost their minds.
Uh-oh.
The man is obviously slipping, isn't he, Mitch?
Mitch, are you going to say that Mahomes is slipping?
Oh, let's see. Let's see, a terrible year, right?
Yep.
See, third in completions.
Yep.
Fourth in attempts.
Yep.
Seventh in touchdowns. Ninth in passing yards. And he did not play Week 18. That if he would have had just his average output, he would have been fifth in the league. Oh, wait a minute. Wait for it. He was 17-2. Oh my gosh. And he's been on fire. All that he was talking about is footwork. I've seen it. He's living it. So hot day today, boys, but that didn't slow him down. He has been really, really good this spring and so far in this camp.
Mitch, I won't say any names. But is Patrick Mahomes going to mention or talk about that absolute pinhead media member down there that had a few things to say about him within the last few weeks?
Oh, boy.
No. He moves on that. And the aforementioned, how did you say, pinheaded media member?
Yes.
He got what he wanted out of it because he got attention out of it.
Yep.
So Pat knows that he moves on. There was another media member that I remember. This one, I heard this, almost drove up the road. It was after he made a slide. Patrick made a slide in the game against the Jets. And Mike Tirico, after the game, sees me and he goes, "You know what that slide meant, right?" I'm like, "No." But it was like over, under, the spread. I don't know what else. I don't do that. I can't do that. I'm prohibited from doing it. And then he got asked about it in the news conference. Like some dude goes, "You know what that slide meant?" And he goes, "What did your friends say about that slide?" And Pat's answer was, "My friends know better than to ask me what that meant." And so he gets asked some stupid stuff and people say ridiculous things. Like if that's your down year and you're not 99, then what are we doing? So yeah, it gets frustrating, but he didn't care. He's out blazing. He's on fire right now.
How does he look to you physically compared to where he was, at the beginning of his career?
Well, he's obviously older, but and people think he's got this dad bod or whatever. He's got some unusual strength.
Mm-hmm.
Have you watched these
Dad
games
strength.
where like he goes into the end zone against the Bills and he lowers the shoulder and I think it was Hamlin. Like he moves. Pat didn't move. There's a functional strength to Pat.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go back to the quarterback series a couple years ago, when you see how ridiculous he trains outside of our building, because he's still training inside of our building, then it's ridiculous to me that people think that he is like letting himself go or doesn't train. His body right now is, I think, underrated because from a functional standpoint, he can run, he'll take a blow, he can still do all those stuff he does with his skills.
Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. We heard reports today that Hollywood Brown had to leave the practice field, that Xavier Worthy may have been nicked up. Any information on what happened earlier today?
Well, it was a super, super hot day. Some people were asking me, was this the hottest day you ever had in camp? Well, Sunday might have been in there. And it was the humidity and heat together and the third day in pads. Okay, that didn't necessarily lead to the injuries, but I might have jinxed it. I mean, you guys do baseball,
mm-hmm.
and you don't in the eighth inning go, "Hey, you haven't given up a hit."
John, you haven't given up a hit. 5-run inning. So today, before practice, it's on me because I follow the other camps. I try to, scan it and crop dust through the camps. I'm going, and I was telling people in our 65 TPT crew, I go, yeah, there's a lot of soft tissue injuries right now in the league, but we've been able to avoid. So now all of a sudden we've just loaded up with soft tissue injuries. Nothing seems super serious. The Christian Fulton injury, it'd be nice to get him out there soon. And I don't know what the prognosis is as far as duration, but, give him a good chunk of money. He's played a lot of ball. He's had good marks with the Titans and the Chargers, but it'd be nice to get him out there on the field. The Hollywood thing doesn't seem serious. I actually saw him in the lunchroom. Probably more precautionary than anything, but it's also the third day in pads and heat and humidity. It's all that.
Mitch Holthus, voice of the Chiefs. What are we going to look forward to tomorrow?
The guy who I saw, are you okay after practice? And how you doing? He goes, not good, because he was gasping for air. But it was the 13-year tight end. We're going to get in tomorrow of how he approached this year and how he's approaching this camp, and it's Travis Kelce. And what is Travis Kelce doing in this camp, and what did he do in the offseason that makes this year unique? That's where we're going to go tomorrow.
There's a lot of Husker fans that would like to ask you on their behalf if you could keep him away from the Cincinnati-Nebraska game in Arrowhead Stadium at the end of August. Is there any way that we could just they just don't want to deal with that? Just got to keep him away. He doesn't want any pregame speeches or anything like that to motivate the Bearcats.
They don't want him, or they don't want Taylor there. I mean, you got to clarify this.
Oh, is she a Bearcat now too? Dang it!
She is, yes, by association. Kels is a proud Bearcat.
I know.
So Husker Nation can petition all they want, but I feel like Kels will be in there doing all he can to bring the 4,000 Bearcat fans and the.
Will there be that many?
All 10 of them.
I don't know. They're getting a nice paycheck.
Yes, they are.
So,
all right.
And it's interesting. I'll ask me about that later in these. There's something to that.
Okay.
And the Huskers playing Cincinnati in this game that makes it an interesting discussion.
All right. We're going to bookmark that for later this month in Mitch's Chiefs training camp updates. Mitch, we appreciate it. Thanks. Talk to you tomorrow.
Bye, Mitch.
It's bringing back football. You didn't know that.
Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Stibbs writes, Mahomes is as bad as Mitch's phone connection. That wasn't the best.
Whoa, John, did you hear that? He just did an old man thing. You sounded just like Sip.
What did I do?
Stibbs says.
No, that was me being funny, Nick, trying to be a little quieter.
Trying to be a little stinker?
Funny. No, being funny. You should check it out.
Just sounded like Sipple.
No, I did not. Don't say these words.
Coming up, we're going to have the super hot take market.
Something other bad happen again?
Well, but we haven't acknowledged it yet, but I thought,
we have.
We're talking the NFL, but that incident that happened last night in New York City.
Wow.
My wife was the one to tell me about it. And I was like, he got into the NFL network or NFL headquarters. He got into the building, but apparently took the wrong elevator. If he would have taken a different elevator,
could have been a whole lot worse.
It could have been a lot worse. There was one NFL employee, an unnamed NFL employee, that was seriously injured, but just a terrible tragedy. And he claims he has CTE. Now, of course, you can't diagnose CTE in the living, but obviously he was having some issues and went into the building there in Midtown Manhattan that houses the NFL's headquarters. So scary, scary situation.
Yes.
And certainly thinking of those families who were affected by that tragedy. When we come back, it is the super hot take market. Not only will we end forever the college football playoff debate, but you're going to mention Nebraska
twice.
I'm going to mention Omaha.
Oh, wow. This can be interesting. Are you going to say Omaha's the GOAT and I'm leaving Stinky Lincoln behind? I'm moving in with Schaefer.
Stand by for the super hot take market and then sip on 1620 The Zone. Let's go to the super hot take market, and I'm starting with basketball. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? The Field of 68 boys have created an opening day marathon of college basketball.
I actually did see this.
Remember when ESPN did this a couple of years where they had like 24 hours of basketball?
I do. I wish football would have done it too.
And then they stopped because it's basketball.
Well, this isn't quite 24 hours, but it's 6 different games, and it will include your Omaha Mavericks against some people's Murray State Racers, the new home of, Coach Miller from Creighton and some of the transfers like Fred King and Mason Miller. So it's going to be kind of a battle of Omaha and Omaha adjacent folks. But that game will be at 12:30 on opening day in Sioux Falls against Murray State. But Drake's involved. South Dakota State's involved.
How early is the earliest game?
8 a.m.
And how late is the latest game?
9 p.m.
Man, I wish that Omaha was playing in a goofy time slot. Like
It
in
would
the
be kinda
24 hour,
fun.
like Gary is like, I'm calling a game at 2 a.m. and then going to do my radio show.
But they're going to be doing it during the Grom, so we'll be able to watch a little bit of it. At least-
We can do live check-ins of Gary.
But here is the hot take.
Yeah, what's the hot take?
The hot take is that college basketball needs to do a better job of embracing opening day.
That's a good take, John.
That they have to make it feel more special. Unfortunately, it usually doesn't. Now, an event like this or what ESPN did a few years ago, those are neat ideas, but the sport needs to do a better job of embracing its opening day. Don't be afraid that you're in the middle of football season. First of all, you're starting your games on a Tuesday or a Wednesday night. So you're not going to be dealing with a whole lot of football. Only Maction. Only Jed's watching that. You don't have to worry about the rest.
Wow.
But embrace it.
And the election sometimes.
Every sport should be able to embrace its opening day. And I don't think college basketball has consistently done a good enough job. An event like this should be motivation for others to think outside the box.
Great take, John. Hot take, I believe. I wrote originally 2018 down here. I'm going to change this. Nebraska's wide receiver room is the best they've had since 2014. This group is going to be good. They have proven receivers in Dane Key. Don't come at me with this, he's not proven in Nebraska. Shut up and kiss my butt. He's a proven wide receiver. He did it in the SEC.
I'm afraid now.
Ja'Cory Barney.
I am afraid.
I read an article yesterday that said he's not proven.
It feels like this isn't the hot jinx market.
What
This
are
is
you
the hot take
talking
market.
about?
Do we have to get the Happer corn dog thing up again?
Isaiah Hunter. He had a solid freshman season for Cal, and he did that in the ACC. No, this is not a jinx. This is a hot take market, not the jinx market. I think they're going to be really good. I'm all in on him, John.
Didn't you say something similar this last year? You were all excited about Mr. Banks.
You're not allowed to say that when you're taking what Matt Rule says as the gospel, even though it's the same quotes as last year.
It wasn't the same quotes. I already looked it up. It's not the same
We
quotes.
might be airing the exact same press conferences as last year, John. You might have just tricked all of us.
I don't think so.
In all seriousness, I think they're going to be awesome. I'm
Nice.
going all in. Danke rocks, dude. Go watch his highlights. He is good. He can catch the balls contested. He can make moves and make the defensive backs fall in their keisters. He's good. He's fast. He's good.
When
Way better
Nebraska's
than
receivers
Banks.
don't do well, you can blame Josh.
Do not put it on the list. Nick?
Did you have a hot take?
I do have a hot take.
Okay.
Brace yourselves. It's Formula One.
No, Nick, that you're talking about Thursday. That's I don't care on Thursday.
Max Verstappen will not win a championship again until at least 2028.
What? That's so weirdly specific and random.
Why so? Yeah.
So he's not winning this season. Red Bull's trash. McLaren's running away with it.
Red
Next
Bull's
season
trash.
is the first season of the new regulations, and Red Bull is working with Ford. So not only are they dealing with an unknown motor entity, Ford hasn't done any F1 engines
And it's a Ford.
forever. Exactly. Max might drop Red Bull after this because people think he's going to hang back, stay at Red Bull, kind of see what the field looks like with the new regulations.
Hang boy.
But then he's going to go to a new team, right? He's not going to win a championship his first year at a new team. He might. I don't think he will. So at least 2028.
Man, Nick, I think that's a bad take, honestly.
Yeah?
Yep. 2026 for me.
Next year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Matt says 2/3 of USC is pretty confident in Nebraska football. What's going on?
I don't know.
I'm just confident in their receivers. Except, John, hot take I could be talked into. maybe Nebraska special teams will be good.
Was it because of Mr. Banana?
Banana kick?
Maybe it's because of Mr. Banana, but it's also because of Mike Eckler. I was listening to John Bishop on NBNR this morning and afternoon as I was eating lunch, and John was talking up this Mike Eckler guy, and I was like, you know what? I could be talking to special teams being pretty good.
Don't you put this on me, man.
I'm putting it on you.
Wrong, it's not
if I'm
my
wrong,
fault.
it's John's fault. John said some of the things, though, like, all they got to do is, like, snap the ball well. Like, I loved how you described why John Hull and the kicking game struggled at times. It wasn't because of him per se, but he's thinking about all these other areas. And so even if they finally do the things well, they've been so bad at them, everything's in his head. You could talk me into it. I'm not going to go all the way. You could talk me into it.
Well, here is a hot take, my friends. The college football format debate
is done.
It's over. The Big Ten has lost.
Congrats to Cats Are Funny.
And we can thank Matt Rule for this happening. Now, we all heard all the Big Ten coaches last week just walk in like brain-dead robots. Tony Petitti's planning, good idea. Form automatic big quotable. We like playing games. It's the best idea I've ever heard. They all said it, even Matt Rule. But all this time, Matt Rule has been acting as a double agent. I knew I could count on you, Coach. I knew I could count on you.
Thank you, HCMR.
Because Matt Rule said this, and I quote, "One thing the automatic qualifiers does is allows you to not worry about your non-conference games because you're only worried about how you do in your league, which I think gives you a chance to have better scheduling in the non-conference." Josh Peterson.
John Bishop.
When you're watching the Dallas Cowboys, which games of the Cowboys do you watch that you are not worried about how you do?
The preseason games.
Which are also called exhibition games.
August
Matt
games.
Rule is saying right here, I don't have to worry about non-conference games anymore because they're just going to be exhibitions. Thus, he has done a great job of undermining Tony Petitti and that no good stinking plan of his.
Undermining him.
He just undermined him. Oh, Matt, thank you. Thank you.
What's the hot take?
The hot take is the debate's over. Matt has ended it on behalf
that
of
is,
us.
I guess, a hot take. Yeah, because
he's
definitely
ended the
not.
debate. It's over. He said the things that
He's
no
a
one else
double
wanted to
agent.
say.
He's a double agent.
You don't have to worry about your non-conference games. In other words, we turn them into exhibitions. The debate is over. The Big Ten has lost. Thank you, Matt Rule. Thank you. Thank you for saying what needed to be said.
Nice.
I have one more that I haven't been wanting to vocalize, but I might have to. It's football related.
Oh, okay. Yeah, feel free to speak now.
I could be talked into this one.
Awesome.
I think this might be Mike McDaniel's last year at Miami.
Oh, Dick, that's like the coldest take possible.
Is
you
it?
know, in January,
Because people last year thought it was cold, and he's still there.
You know, in January when it's like negative 100 and everyone's like, "Brr, it's cold." That's how cold that take is. This could be his last year. He's like, okay, I'm gonna look at first coach to get fired odds real fast.
He was up there. I think
He was up there.
He was second.
All right. Now this is from May. Number one. This just is a list. I need actual odds. Maybe they don't have those. He is very high on that list, though.
He is.
Sorry, I don't mean it. It's kind of like when John has a hot take that we were like, that's not a hot take.
That's fair.
I would probably bet on him being fired. Sorry, Nick. KD writes, John being Jekyll and Hyde regarding the Huskers went on Omaha radio versus Lincoln radio is my new favorite bit. Are you going on Lincoln radio? Are you cheating on us here?
Wait,
Sean, what the
I don't
hell?
know.
What did he?
He said John being Jekyll and Hyde regarding the Huskers went on Omaha radio versus Lincoln radio is my
I haven't
new
been
favorite.
on Lincoln radio since.
Were you on Jack's show? Did you say something about how Nebraska?
I haven't been on Jack's show since the end of last season.
How they're poo-poo?
Why did we just catch John cheating on us?
Yikes.
No.
I would never talk into another microphone that's not this one, John.
Yeah, have you been speaking into other mics?
What are you talking about? You got 18 podcasts.
That was a joke.
See,
That's Katie. Katie's a Creighton guy. This is one of your people.
KD, you got to.
One of your people.
You
John
gotta
Bishop, Katie,
get-
handshake means wearing blue.
The humidity has gotten into your brain. It's fogged things
Can't believe you would
over.
tell a Creighton
By the
fan
way, I made a
humidity has
huge
gotten in their
mistake
brain.
last night. I went out to eat because I went and got dinner before I went and did the podcast. So I just went to Cane's down the road here.
Yeah.
And
Hey, we love Canes. Don't say you made a huge mistake.
Yeah,
no.
Cane's is great.
But here was a huge mistake. So I brought my sunglasses in with me. right?
Oh, no.
So I'm sitting in there and I'm eating, and it's nice and cool in there, and the food was good. I made a mistake. I forgot to sub out the slaw for extra fries.
That's not a mistake.
I thought you were
Slaw's good.
I
No.
thought you were going to say you left your sunglasses.
No. I got my sunglasses on, but the problem was I put them on.
Uh-oh, were they in the goober
No.
stuff?
I put them on
Yeah.
in the restaurant as I'm walking out the door. As soon as I open the door, instant fog.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just like, I can't see. And this dude's like backing out right in front of me. And I'm like, whoa.
You just got fog.
That happened to me on Saturday. We were mowing and I had to run inside quick.
Yeah.
So I just, not even fully in the, just in the garage. And that temperature difference, it just went
it's
right
nasty.
away.
Kenneth writes, I can't wait for the Heckle the Eckler segment when special teams go sideways again. Heckle the Eckler is good.
It was Heckle the Eckle, though.
Yeah, but
wasn't it?
Eckle's different than Eckler.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Problem is, we won't.
Heckler the Eckler.
I don't know if we'll be able to heckle the Eckler
Well,
this year.
I'm hoping that he's doing something new now. So I'm guessing that stuff will be available.
I was looking the other day, and
you
I
might have to
couldn't
pay for it though,
How
which
do
would
you-
be sad.
I just, Eckle needs to
We'll
stay
have to reach
around.
out to our boss and see if he'll pay for it for us. I'm gonna miss that. It was a great. Those were great graphics. Well, at least we got the spider charts.
I do like the spider
We
charts.
do have
We've
the,
got the
we do have
spider
the
charts.
spider charts. Strigori is convinced I'm here for renaming the playoff the SEC Invitational. No, I just
you're
don't.
a SEC honk.
I don't.
honk, honk.
I don't want it to be an invitational by automatic bids. Get
Honk,
the
honk.
automatic bids out of here. All of them. Get rid of them. I mean, conference champions can have one, but that's it.
What?
I think I figured something out about John. I think he only likes sports teams that start with C. Creighton, Cubs, the California Rams of Los Angeles.
The Crams. The Crams.
The California Rams of Los Angeles. That's what we have always called
Yeah,
them.
all
Well,
the
they
time.
are all blue. They're
For
all,
now,
they-
until the Rams change their uniforms.
they're not going to change it.
Ooh, what color are the Rams going to be?
So they'll be
No.
blue. So I see you're a little nervous about the uniform change.
No,
Shouldn't
no,
you be
no, no,
excited? You
no,
don't
no.
like them. They look like
No,
donut
no.
frosting.
It's these Nike's doing some like rivalries uniforms.
Oh, so it's not a full-on change.
Yeah, no. I haven't heard of a full-on change. This is just one of those goofy alternate jerseys. I'm
Who's
not
the
a-
Rams' biggest rival?
Niners.
the Frisco Niners.
Is that okay?
the last place Frisco Niners?
Yeah, last year.
I went there 2 weekends ago, and I already dropped the seeds of
During the-
dissension in Frisco.
You got your own goo on them.
I got my goo all over
don't
San
put your
Francisco.
Goo
John
on
Bishop
San
goo.
Francisco.
That's called Jinx goo. Jordan, the Winnipeg Jets.
I'm a huge fan of the Quets, the Quajets.
The Canadian Jets of Winnipeg.
The Canadian Jets of Winnipeg.
The Canadian Jets of Winnipeg.
By the way, you just reminded me that soon enough we'll be drafting the teams. What do we pick? 5 or 6 teams each?
Oh, the snake
Nick owes
draft.
us lunch still twice.
And you owe John lunch.
But you
twice.
owe it to us twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just have to buy lunch.
Hmm.
Yeah, we should do this. We need to actually have lunch together
Get
as
some
friends.
Broncos. We should do that.
As pals.
Let's just go next door.
As co-worker.
I'll get you guys some curly fries.
I love their curly fries.
They have great curly fries next
We
year.
can all just share a plate of curly fries
You
together.
know who else is great?
I'm a big fan of Goldbergs.
Yeah, see, John loves all the C's. You're trying to figure out a way to say the something of Goldbergs, aren't you? Like how you said the California Rams of Los
Sipple,
Angeles.
spelled with a C. Steve Sipple.
Yeah.
Of columnist.
He is columnist Steve Sipple.
He will join us next
Awesome.
on 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through from your mom. Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak, but when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many.
Oh!
Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
But he's got that youthful spring in his step.
Really?
Because training camp has begun.
Yes, my football brother, Steve Sipple.
Wow, there we are.
Isn't this great, dude? You and I have been pining for this for like 5 months, and now it's here.
Yeah, unapologetic now. You can write any football column you want. You don't have to say, well, maybe I should be writing some baseball or God knows what. But no, now it's football all the time.
I did laugh last week when you threw a bone to the basketball freaks, and you were like, here's a Fred Hoiberg. Here's 500 words on Fred Hoiberg. But now it's time to talk about football. I appreciated that.
Well, I mean, there was a press conference. There was like a media availability, we'll call it, that week.
Cool.
With a couple of the players. And so I had some stuff, and I just didn't want it to go to waste.
That's a good idea. If you work hard, you might as well use some of it.
Yeah.
Sip. Yeah. Josh being negative boy that he is.
Negative?
Yesterday, because once again, yesterday, Matt Rule, as part of his Q&A, was talking about the player ownership of the team, the leadership, taking their own initiative, kicking the coaches out of the dorm. And I said, when you couple that with the comments that Rule made last week, this time around, it sounds different. When he talks about player ownership, about accountability and those things. And Josh was like, nah, I don't know. It sounds like the same thing he's been saying year to year to year. I'm curious how it lands with you. Does it sound the same? Is this the same old happy talk? Or does this have a little more meaning behind it this time around?
Well, I mean, it's an interesting question. It always sounds a little bit the same, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got to have a kind of a discerning ear, I think, to tell any difference from year to year. I think everything sounds a little different this year. It just feels to me like everything just feels more authentic to me right now. They have a good team. I'm confident of that. They have a good team. And I think they know they have a good team. I think it would surprise them if it wasn't a good season. I think it would surprise you if it wasn't a good season. Everybody seems like they're on the same page. But as far as the accountability goes, yeah, I agree with Josh to a point. And it's easy, John, especially guys our age, to become cynical. And everything to me sounds pretty much the same. At this point in my career, it's sort of a challenge, to avoid that mindset. But I think I believe it feels authentic this time around, Josh.
So, does that show itself then in, I don't know, I guess when I hear that, I think, does that mean that they are going to move past some of the boneheaded ways in which they have lost football games, I guess?
Oh, I mean, how do you know? Like the Baltimore Ravens sometimes lose in boneheaded ways.
Excellent point.
Yeah.
God knows the Cowboys do it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's football. Sometimes you do it. I mean, there's never a perfect panacea. how you say it, John? In football. I mean, football, there's many variables and things go wrong. And things are going to go wrong, Josh. It's just, I think what Rule's getting at is what all coaches get at is how do you respond when things go wrong? How do you respond when you run long distances? When you're on a 15-miler, it's not always peachy, right?
Yeah.
You might step wrong, right? You might step on something that you feel some pain. Well, you just quit. You just say, no, I'm not running the rest of this. No, you've shown that you just keep going. And that's the mental toughness all the coaches are looking for. And that's so it winds back to the whole ownership discussion and the players taking accountability and saying, well, we got this. We got this. We don't need to be told how to respond. We're just going to respond. So I do think it's meaningful. I think most people do right now. Like I said, my sense is internally they feel they're pretty good. I think most people feel they're pretty good. Most objective observers. Now, the beauty is it plays out, and you don't know. It's not scripted. We don't know exactly what's going to happen, and that's kind of the excitement part.
Sip, and let's do a quick roll call. So I asked a question earlier today, and we talked it out, Josh. Bigger concern, run defense, run offense. With me, it was run defense. With you,
it was run offense.
You, it was run offense.
Brunz said run offense.
Brunz said run offense. I'm curious for you, Sip. Run offense or run defense, which is the bigger concern entering the season?
Well, that's an interesting way to do it. Run defense. I'm inclined to say run defense, except they don't. If you look at the schedule, it's not like there's a line of teams that really run it well. There's Cincinnati's going to try. We're going to get I've said that on the show before.
Mm-hmm.
Cincinnati's going to give us a look. I think we'll get a good idea because Satterfield, their coach, that's his background. Now, but after that, you would say Michigan. Ordinarily, I would say Michigan, but there's no Blake Corum there, and they'll always try to pound it. That's what Michigan does. I don't think they're as equipped as usual. And then who is? I mean, who you worry about besides Penn State? Penn State is a huge concern. Now, as far as running offense, and I haven't really done this. What are they going up against? You have to look at that to answer the question. How concerned?
Minnesota will run it.
No, I'm talking about who will be able. How many teams will just be able to shut Nebraska down?
Oh, shut Nebraska down in the run game?
I mean, Michigan's certainly a huge concern there.
Yeah, I just don't know. I haven't done a deep dive opposing defenses, but it's hard to answer the question without knowing what's Nebraska up against in that regard, and B, what are they up against on both sides?
Yeah,
that's the question. But I guess again, I definitely lean toward rush defense is my biggest concern. Again, I think that's where I go for sure.
And I kind of use the lines. I think Nebraska will rush the passer well, but I do have questions about how they'll stop the run.
Yeah,
I don't have as many questions about the offensive line. I think the offensive line can help bring along, even if the running back room isn't great. I think it can help bring that group along, especially if Johnson is healthy.
Yeah, now that we're talking it out, I'm a little surprised by anybody that would be more worried about the rush offense because of the offensive line. That group looks. It's getting back to looking like it should. Not just looking. I mean, there's players there. There's good talent. I mean, in fact, when you talk about the offensive line, I'm not worried about them as in the run game. I'm a little still I have some concern about the tackle, giving up sacks. Pritchett was, you look at his Alabama film, that's an issue. Right tackle, don't know who it's going to be, but that's my concern. This guy's racing around that edge.
Sip, I think my reasoning, I guess it's two-pronged for you. One of them is like looking at the defensive line. Like Matt Rule has had good rushing defenses. And so like I'm very much in the give him the benefit of the doubt. And I'll also say like Michael Severe and his bullishness on that defensive line, like just given how well he knows football, I think that that's playing a part in it. But on the offensive side, I think my thing is just like I trust Emmett Johnson, but I'm still wondering if he can do what I think he can for 12 games, and I don't know who else is behind him. And so I think that's why that side is more of a pressing concern for me.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get that part. I totally do. I get a little more faith in using the offensive line, I think, and probably I'm winding a bit towards having more faith in Johnson. I'll tell you what. I mean, you're just looking. You know, when you go to a opening practice and they're not in pads, you're just looking at who's making an impression on you physically, and Johnson makes an impression. He's definitely grown physically, and you can see and he's so locked in. I think that he understands this is huge for him. This is. I think he feels the urgency that he should feel as the number one back. His ball. Everybody knows he's number one. There's no real battle. And now you could say, it'd be nice if there was. And there always is to a certain degree. But there's also I think that there is some value in him knowing I got to carry a heavy load here. And there's a lot of people counting on him. And that's the way he's comporting himself. You see it the way he runs from drill to drill, and the way he's gotten his body ready. I think he's, and then you listen to the way Holgorsen talks about it. I do trust Holgorsen. Holgorsen doesn't just throw flowers at anybody. I mean, he's a big Emmett.
Mm-hmm. Steve Sipple joining us from Husker Online. Assuming that Carter Nelson is healthy, ready to go for the start of the season, do you feel like this year, and I know he's only in his second year in the program, but that it needs to be a breakout year given his talent and his size? Or does that depth that is at the tight end position allow for a slower burn this year for Carter?
Allows for a slower burn. No, he doesn't have to break out this year. I think it's possible. I'm not going to go all in on it because he's coming back from injury. And I don't know exactly. It looks like he's fine. I mean, I'm not throwing up any red flags. You know how I stand on Carter Nelson. I think he could be really, really, really special in the program. But you got to watch him these first few practices. I know he got him. He's really changed his body. He hadn't lifted weights. He never lifted weights seriously until he got to Nebraska. And that's one of the guys he's seen, and it's very, he's just like, oh God, yeah, that's a different. He looks way different. And you saw the fluidity last year. It wasn't hard to pick up on that. I know he's still got to prove he can beat safeties consistently, but let's see what it looks like when he's got a consistent chance to do it. And I think it'll look really good. But no, I don't think there's not a lot of urgency because that room's good. Lindenmeyer's proven. Mark Way is coming, and he's going to be a guy. I mean, there's four guys. Mark Way is one of them for sure, and then of course Hyman. We'll just have to see how August goes for Hyman.
Sip, this is the first time we've had a chance to talk to you since media days. And I don't take this question the wrong way, but a listener reminded me that you and I had kind of a knockdown drag out a couple years ago about Nebraska's NIL and like how good or bad it was. And I wonder then with that as the preamble, how Matt Rule's quotes last week about how poor the operation was landed to you.
Well, I think if it was poor, it was just Trev holding it back. It was, that's all it was. I mean, they were doing, I didn't necessarily agree with everything Rule said. Like that part I did not agree with. I thought Nebraska was cutting edge NIL. When it first got out of the gate. Now, it's possible that he's referring to the fact there wasn't enough boosters lined up, but I don't even buy that really. They went out and got Mathis. They went out and got Casey Thompson. They went out and got some good players, and I thought, and Jared Lambert was absolutely on the cutting edge. I mean, there weren't programs doing it there weren't many programs with the organizational structure that Nebraska had, thanks to the Petes and Jared. So no, I don't think. I think what he's referring to is more of an internal struggle, where Trev. Come on, think about it. Trev really didn't want Frost there, right?
No.
So the Peas were pro Frost. They wanted it to work. Trev didn't want it to work. So he was going to be throwing up some roadblocks, and that's what he did. So I think that's what Rule's talking about more than anything.
That would be interesting if
that
an athletic director might
sabotage.
I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like. That he would.
It's not the first time we've seen it here. I mean,
wow.
You think Trev wanted Frost to win? Do you really think that?
I think that on day one he would have been very okay with Scott Frost winning.
Yeah, no. That this wasn't something that he inherited. Frost earned the disrespect he got from Trev, I think, is what I think.
Trev didn't want Frost to win.
You don't think so on day one?
From the very beginning?
No.
Why do you think that is?
I know it. I mean, I'm not saying I think. I know it. I mean, I know what the conversations were. I'm not. Well, can I say it unequivocally? No, but I'm sort of surprised by your surprise, which leads me to believe you don't know all of the situation.
I apparently don't. I'm curious. Why would that be?
Come on. Really? So are you?
No, seriously. On day one, we're talking about day one. We're not talking about 5 days in or 5 months in.
I'm talking about after meeting one. I mean.
Okay, after meeting one. Okay. Well, that's a little different. I mean,
yeah.
Not that much different.
Well, it is if you show up and you have a first meeting with a boss and you respond a certain way and you piss off the boss. I would understand why the boss would say, "All right, this isn't going to work."
I don't think that was it, but whatever. Come on. So no, I think the issue with what Rule is referring to more is just an internal struggle.
Okay.
The Peas were ready to roll. The organization. Listen, I used to sit up in the office with Jared. They were way out. Nebraska was way out in front.
Yeah, that was the impression I always got.
Because that was the correct impression.
Okay. Well, this is going to make for an interesting chapter when we ever get that.
Yeah, when's the Bill Moose book coming?
Well,
no.
Well, yeah, but that's not Moose. We're talking about Trev.
Trev ain't writing no book.
No, someone was writing a book.
Oh,
Michael
book.
said that someone was writing a book.
The book.
About the Frost era.
Moose is in his Nebraska chapter right now, or he was during the weekend.
Oh. Interesting.
I know, actually. He texted me. I don't mind saying that.
Nice.
I'm his unofficial.
So this isn't. I guess I got the impression that it was going to be ready by the fall, so it's not going to be ready by the fall.
Well, I don't know. September. I don't know when I don't know. I don't know when the book's coming out for sure.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll be waiting on pins and needles, but I'm talking about the book that Michael was talking about.
Yeah. There's the other
someone's
book.
going to write a book about the Frost era.
Yeah.
That's the one I'm looking for.
So many books.
A lot of books.
Two.
That's so many. That's more than we have right now. That's infinity more than we have right now.
I can't wait for the chapter on the onside kick.
Oh, that's a great chapter.
Mr. Sipple, thank you, sir. Have a wonderful day. The weather's going to get cool here pretty soon, so it won't feel so nasty.
Like what is it? Like, what are we talking about?
It'll be like in the 70s.
Yeah, it'll be.
But not 70 at 4 a.m. or whatever it's been. Last night it was.
Hell, I woke up last night at like 2 a.m. It was still 82 degrees.
I took Banks out at 10:30 and it was 85 last night.
Sick.
Yeah.
All right. That's a good chat. These are good. I look forward to these. Thank you.
I do too.
Did we trigger you about the Trev thing at the end there? You seemed a little triggered. Are you okay?
No, that was a good question. That's actually a very discerning listener, which I appreciate.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, Sip. Have a good one. Thanks.
All right. Good job, guys.
Bye, Sipple.
Yep. Oh. Trev was out to
the guy was 12 and 20. He was 12 and 20. He had earned every bit of disrespect.
Well, but
And he said something about the first meeting. What happened at that first meeting?
Yes, I would be curious to know.
I have a guess.
Well, yeah, I probably walked in with a big old lump in his front lip and
that he just didn't show.
Spit glass. Or
Maybe he just didn't show at the first meeting.
That was something that Frost
also brought him back for another year, too.
Well, yeah. Which is why I identified that as the current rock bottom.
Oh, that was so bad. Oh, that was bad.
They brought him back. He didn't want him, and he brought him back. We all know how well that went. That's the same thing.
It went bad.
That's the same thing that Eichhorst did.
It went bad.
Didn't want him, had to bring him back.
And I would say this too. I wonder, and this is not to paint a negative light of our dear friend, but is it one side of the story? Is it two sides of the story on, thinking that Trev didn't want him to succeed at Nebraska? And look, maybe he did. I don't know. I would have been surprised on day one if he wouldn't have wanted him to succeed, because I don't think he was working with him. He hadn't worked with him. He probably had heard some stories, but he didn't know the ins and the outs of everything.
But how much of Trev's hesitancy towards 1890 or what was it, ABM at the time also had to do about who was running it?
Oh, you talking about Jared?
No.
Oh,
talking about Matt.
Oh, Davison. Yeah. Oh,
because we had heard that there was
Yeah.
differences there or mistrust there.
Yeah. It's interesting. Every time a conversation happens about ABM, then 1890 now, there really is a lot of disagreement. Some people think that they are awesome and that they're doing the best job ever. And then some are like, no, they have not been doing it, including apparently Matt Rule.
Until now.
Now everything's great.
Everything is good. Facilities good. 1890 good.
Playoff conversations canceled because of Matt Rule.
Matt Rule canceled the playoff conversation. He let the cat out of the bag.
Thank you, Matt. Interesting. Sam writes, Trev could have probably fired him for cause after the recruiting violations too. Trev gave him the same renewed deal that Fred got. And Fred is still at Nebraska. Remember that whole metrics thing? Do you remember that contract? The thing with Frost about...
the mystery metrics.
Yeah, remember the mystery metrics?
Mystery metrics.
Yeah.
Didn't he say didn't someone eventually get out of him with
6 and 6?
Yeah.
Isn't that what it was? Like there was a FOIA or something? FOIA.
Mystery metrics.
Sam also said, don't overthink it. If Trev wanted Frost out, he wouldn't have brought him back. The strongest data point is against Sip on this. He did bring him back, and he did say there's no reasonable that was Bob Diaco.
That was Bob Diaco.
There's no empirical data.
There's no empirical data.
I have the graphic. Yep. It's in Star Wars.
There is no empirical data that says this will work out. Then why did you do it?
Yep, exactly.
Why did you do it?
Why not, John? Why not?
That, my friends, was rock bottom.
Isn't it nice? I was thinking about this the other day. Every year you go into a season and you get excited for it, except for 2022. My God, I was not excited for that season.
Yeah, you got out on 22 pretty quick.
Yeah, it was easy to be out on 22. They brought back the coach who went 3-9, and then they went 4-8, and they had to fire him after 3 games.
Yeah.
Yikes, but they beat Iowa.
They did.
That's hilarious.
But Scott Frost didn't beat Iowa.
They could have gone 3-9 for 2 straight years, but Iowa lost to Casey Thompson, Trey Palmer, and Anthony Grant, among others. Remember I Test Anthony? That's what Jack called Anthony Grant.
I Test Anthony.
And then one of our listeners called him Pink Eye Anthony because he fumbled at all the worst times. Pink Eye Anthony. You don't want to be a Pink Eye Anthony.
Guess not.
No.
Coming up, we still have content, but how many Big Ten teams can go over this year, over their win total?
Ooh, that's a fun question.
Well, we'll discuss as we continue on 1620 The Zone. Apparently, we triggered Dean.
What?
Dino.
This isn't poor bastard Dean, right?
No,
Okay.
no.
Thank God.
Husker Sports Talk media and writers are so horny
Whoa!
for Frost whipping boy material.
Bonk.
Move on. The only reason it came up is because you asked a question about
what Matt Rule said.
We
didn't start it.
Yeah,
Dean,
we didn't start the fire.
Dean, why don't you want to talk mess on Frost?
Bonk, because he likes Frost. Anyone who tells us to move on from Frost is a Frost fan.
Yeah, they are.
There's no
Frost honk.
Yeah.
A fronk.
Yeah, what you do when you dwell in the past? Are you kidding? You're Nebraska fans. That's all you do is dwell in the past.
Imagine Dean in history class in high school. Why are we dwelling on the past? Why do we care about World War II?
Yeah.
Because it helps explain where. No, that I said World War II. Could have been talking about the
Well, I mean, without
Pacific
him,
Theater.
without
To be fair-
Let's talk about the Pacific Theater now.
Yeah,
I
but
think
he
there were two
started
major
it.
headlines of World War II.
Oh man, what about the Korean War?
That was a police action, actually.
And that was after World War II.
Yeah, but you don't have to play the Hitler drop over. By the way,
that's Mr. H to you and me.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, Dean out on history. Dean out on learning from history, which is very important.
Yeah,
but he's hopefully not out on overs and unders.
Well, I saw this last week. Max Chadwick, who works for Pro Football Focus.
Max Chadwick.
Interesting picture that they've chosen there.
Has identified not one, not two, not three, not four. I feel like LeBron now.
Nice reference.
11 Big Ten teams
that are going to go over?
That are going to go over their win total. And I will recite them for you. Illinois, 8.5.
Wow, that's a huge number.
Indiana, 8.5.
Sure.
Iowa, 7.5.
Maybe.
Minnesota, 6.5. Nebraska, 7.5. Northwestern, 4.5. Oregon, 10.5. Penn State, 10.5. Rutgers, 6.5. Was that 6.5? 5.5. Sorry. USC, 7.5. Washington, 7.5. All 11 of those teams I just recited to you, Max Chadwick of Pro Football Focus says, bet the over. I don't even know if that's mathematically possible.
Matthew says, is that mathematically possible given their schedules? It obviously has to be, because I don't think Mr. Chadwick would do this unless it was.
Well,
but man,
did he pour that closely over the...
That's a good question.
I bet there's a few legitimate ones, and then there's a few he just kind of sprinkled in there for discourse.
Well, like, what's interesting is, okay.
Well, okay.
Here,
let's just pick on 4 teams specifically, because they're all kind of, 5 teams actually, because they're all kind of considered the murky middle of the Big Ten. And that's Iowa, Minnesota, Nebraska, USC, Washington.
Okay, so those are either 6.5 or 7.5 for those schools.
And he's got all of them going over.
But look at this.
I don't think that's possible.
So here is why this seems difficult to me. So Nebraska plays on this graphic.
Mm-hmm.
They play Iowa.
Yep.
They play Minnesota.
Yep.
They play Northwestern.
Yep.
They play Penn State.
Yep.
They play USC.
Yep.
So, like, one in each of those games, the best you will do is 1-1 in terms of USC will win and Nebraska will lose, or vice versa. So, like, you're automatically cutting down the number of wins because of that fact alone. Like, the other thing about this conference is it doesn't have an extra game in the non-con to play with like the SEC. If you were to make a graphic like this for the SEC, I would still say, wow, that seems difficult. But with 4 non-conference games and a lot of patsies on those schedules, it is more doable. Now, that said, in defense of Mr. Chadwick, Indiana's schedule is garbage in the non-conference. Illinois has Duke, but otherwise fairly easy. Iowa has Iowa State as always, but otherwise some tin cans. If I remember right, Minnesota's schedule is easy. We know what Nebraska's is. We've been talking about it for a while, etc. Oregon, I don't think they have. Well, they have Oregon State, but Penn State's non-conference schedule is easy. So I'm guessing a lot of this is being built into non-conference scheduling.
If you're curious, here's what K Ford thinks.
Okay.
These are the projected wins according to his formula, overall wins. So the first team on the list is Illinois. He's got over at 8.5. K Ford has Illinois at 7.8 wins. And only a 31% chance of getting to 9.
I do not understand. I mean, I understand the love, but I'm not going to give Illinois the love. I'm sorry.
Indiana, he's got them going over 8.5. Indiana, he has at 8.1 wins, so a little bit closer, but only a 40% chance of reaching 9.
And by the way, those two teams play each other.
Iowa, 7.5. He's got Iowa at 6.8. a 32% chance of 8 wins.
How you feeling about that, Iowa boy?
Howdy. Sorry.
Howdy.
Can you remind me what his ranking was for Florida State last year?
No. We're talking about the Big Ten,
It
Nick.
wasn't good, and Florida State
That's
was
called
bad.
whataboutism, Nick. You should be a politician.
Minnesota.
What about you?
Minnesota over 6.5. Here, K4 agrees. 6.9 is the number of wins.
Nice.
And getting to 7, 64%. So he likes that one. Nebraska 7.5. He's got Nebraska at 7.7 wins, 57% chance of 8. So there's an agreement there. Northwestern, K4 only has at 3.5 wins, a 48% chance of getting to, a 19% chance of getting to 5. Doesn't agree there. Oregon, almost right on the number. 10.4 wins. The total is 10.5. Penn State, again, right on the number. K Ford, 10.3. The total is 10.5. Rutgers is a slight agreement.
Okay.
55% chance of apologize because you can't hear us anyway.
Yeah, see, it's so bad.
Twain says it's a shame 1620 can't afford a producer to fix their technical issues. He fixed it. Shout out to Nick Grimm. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Yep, there it is.
There, we're back.
No, that was me.
Okay.
That was me. Don't panic.
I wasn't panicking.
All right, now we go.
We go soon because I still need to log in to get to the questions that you sent, John.
Oh, I'll start it off, John. I have the questions. Creighton Volleyball announced their uber tough non-conference schedule online yesterday using a lot of stuff.
Nick, can you bring up the video? Will it work?
Try it.
Go over our schedule here, okay?
Oh, Prince Charming, where do we go first?
Should I go to Lincoln?
Penn State, you old crook. Shut up! And then what?
I'm not going home. I'm going to Wisconsin.
Who are you playing?
Texas Longhorn. Anybody else?
One more game.
Kansas.
What's next?
I'm flying down to.
That is the worst video upload I've ever seen in my entire life. It was off by like 4 seconds.
I know the StreamYard's acting goofy, but basically they cut up all these different things from movies and television shows. It was very well done.
Yeah.
They had to do a lot of research to find all of those lines. Just different lines. I mean, from movies going back 40 years and TV shows of more recent time. It was very well done.
Good job by Creighton.
And by the way,
hopefully the audio wasn't so off.
By the
on
way,
Twitter.
Coach Rosen, damn,
Yeah.
Coach Booth left you a tough schedule.
Dude, him and DBK, like their first years are just incredible in terms of scheduling.
they
Because it
are.
starts with game one.
That's
and then
right.
they have to play each other in September. Off to the races they go.
Yeah. This will be a very exciting year for local volleyball because there will be no shortage of great tests, including the big tournament that we're giving away. That package, that staycation.
Oh, John, that's a
down
great
there in Lincoln.
That is a great reminder.
For the AVCA Classic.
Yeah, for what we have.
Go to 1620thezone.com right now and get yourself registered. We're going to have tickets.
Yep.
A night stay in Lincoln.
2 night stay.
So you can
$150 in spending money.
You can watch all that great volleyball with some of the best teams in the nation, including Creighton and Nebraska. Go to 1620thezone.com.
Nice.
What's up, Nick?
I'm just waiting to talk about the Dallas Cowboys, Josh.
No, we don't have to do that.
Their left tackle, Tyler Guyton,
Tyler Guyton,
was feared to have torn his ACL yesterday, but now is just looking at a 4 to 6 week recovery. Josh, are you breathing easier this afternoon?
Never want a player to tear his ACL. Tyler Guyton sucked last year. Definitely don't want him to lose out on a season of opportunity to get reps. That would have been bad, John. I know you were
to get reps.
Well, we're gonna find out if he's good or not.
Wouldn't it be nice just to have him out there because he's supposed to be one of their better offensive linemen?
Yeah, I'm worried that he's going to be. But yes, you want him out there for sure. I'm happy that he's healthy.
You seem very defeated already, and you're counting down to football season. You sound so defeated about the Dallas Cowboys.
I love the sport of football. I hate the team that I root for. I love how this surprises you. I've been telling you for months that they suck. And now that I continue
I've been saying they've sucked for all my life.
You beat me down. You are right. I was wrong. They will not win a Super Bowl.
Change.
No.
In the words of Rocky Balboa, I could change. You can change.
John, I'm just
We
like
all
you.
can change.
You Cubs, me Cowboys. When I'm in my 40s, they'll maybe win. Probably not, but, it is what it is. This is life. This is the lot that I chose. You had, Ryne Sandberg, and I had Tony
Exactly.
Romo.
You
Cool.
chose. You chose.
Is that or my dad brainwashed me as a child?
Your dad didn't hold a Cowboys gun up to your head.
I don't know.
Like,
I don't have memories of when I was 3.
We could call Child Protective Services on your behalf.
But I'm 37 almost.
Yeah, but where do you go watch those Cowboys games?
Sometimes my parents.
You're still living with mom and dad.
Josh, my mom is a Cowboys fan, and growing up, I remember I used to have little Cowboy stuffed toys and stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't become a Cowboys fan. I just chose not to.
Yeah, you became a Dolphins fan. That's a lot better, Nick.
Fins up.
Great work.
The better colors.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
Dallas has the best uniforms in the NFL.
No.
Blue and silver or blue and seafoam, whatever
Best
that is.
helmet in the NFL. Gorgeous.
No.
You are such a hater.
I am.
Yeah, they're awesome. They are objectively awesome.
No,
uniforms.
they're not.
Their helmet just has one of the most basic shapes
I'm a triggered baby.
that you learn how to make when you're a child.
But I'm right.
The Packers have an oval.
Yeah, but with a G in it.
Wow. Ooh, a G.
I would argue kids learn how to make a star before they can write the letter G.
Poll question.
That's probably why a lot of dumb kids became Cowboys fans because it's the first logo they could draw. It's a star.
You guys are morons. Matthew, them boys definitely have great uniforms. Hold up. We them boys. We making noise.
Hold up.
Noises.
We them boys. We crashing down in bad ways.
Or that doesn't rhyme, John.
It doesn't rhyme.
Nice job, John. You sound like a Cowboy season. Not rhyming crashing.
I do sound like a Cowboy season.
Can't wait to watch
Anyway.
In much more important injury
Yes.
news,
Thank you.
Oh.
Matthew Stafford is being held out of training camp for back issues. Matthew Stafford of the California Rams of Los Angeles.
Starts with the same.
Well, some aren't concerned about his status for week 1. Others fears, I'm reading this how it was written,
by Nick,
it is a sign of things to come for the aging quarterback. John, how are we feeling about your old-ass quarterback?
He's older than me.
I mean, anytime you get up there in age and you start to have these nagging injuries, it does concern you just a little bit.
The nag boys.
It means I got to go with Jimmy GQ as my guy. And it's like, I don't know.
Oh, man, I can't wait for you to talk yourself into him.
I'm not going to talk myself. Trust me, I will not talk myself into Jimmy GQ.
Well, you have a good coach. And that
We
guy
do
went
have
to
a
a
good
Super
coach.
Bowl one time. He could do it again.
Well, we're just hoping that Mr. Miyagi can show up and clap
Wax
his
on,
hands
wax off.
together and make Matthew Stafford's back all nice and well again.
I will say this in all seriousness. I am
not a good look for Sleep Number, by the way.
Oh,
tough. Guess he's not doing those commercials anymore.
I want to be bullish on the Rams in a conference that's very wide open and has a lot of questions all over the place. Like, I could very much talk myself into them being the Super Bowl pick. I am worried, though, about Stafford because
I am.
I'm worried about him, not even in January, but him being good enough in like the early part of the season because they've gotten off to what, like 2-5 or
bad
whatever.
start. 1-4 starts the last 2 years.
And like they make the playoffs, which is great, and they made it to the second round this last year, which is great, but they have to do so much work, and then they don't have many, if any, home games. And so
Correct.
they had 0 home games 2 years ago. They lost the Lions. Last year they had 1 home game. Like, it's important to get off to those fast starts. And so he is the reason that I could be talked into the Rams going to the Super Bowl, and he's also the reason that I could be talked into them finishing in 3rd place in the division because I just don't know how healthy he's going to be.
Friend of the Grom, Aaron Schatz, ranked all NFL teams for their talent under 25. The top 3 teams were Houston, Seattle, and Washington. What else stood out on this list?
Well, first of all, I would say if that is correct, then watch out because the Texans and the Commanders have already had some playoff success, and they are super, super young. The other thing is, and this is something Happer's been on lately, that is that the Bad Vibes team is the Detroit Lions. It might be the Detroit Lions, but they are just so loaded, John, with all of this talent, and so much of that talent is young. And
like
so,
a baked potato.
even with, I love baked potatoes, especially with brats, even with some of the brain drain that the Lions have had, like, I mean, would it surprise you if we woke up on the 2nd February in second Sunday in February and they were in the Super Bowl? It would not surprise me.
How about the Giants? They're number 4 on this list. And
Very
the
good
Bears,
defense.
How about the
number
Giants?
5. Now, granted, some of this is because these teams have been drafting at the top of the draft because they have been bad recently. By the way, Eagles, your defending champs, are 14. The Chiefs
Too
are
old.
13.
Too old. Both of them too old.
The
We love to see it.
Cowboys are 17. The Rams are 18. And way down yonder in near last place land, well, in dead last place, Denver.
Wow, that surprises me.
Miami at 31 and the Frisco Niners at 30.
Not great.
The Phillies, Bryce Harper, cussed out MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred over the future of the collective bargaining agreement and the idea of a salary cap. How symbolic an event is this looking ahead of a contentious offseason?
You don't hear about this very often, but the fact that Manfred's going from clubhouse to clubhouse to sell his plan is pretty interesting. But that Bryce Harper essentially just got in his face and told him to get the F out of our clubhouse if Manfred wanted to talk about the implementation of a salary cap. This is a deal breaker. Just like quotas are a deal breaker for me in the college football playoff, the salary cap is a deal breaker for the players' union. They are going to fight this tooth and nail, and it goes back to something you talked about earlier. What's going to be the compromise?
Because they're going to want something. If they're not going to go with a salary cap, the owners are going to want something from the players. And so what is that? You know, Happer theorized maybe it's more playoff games, more playoff teams rather.
I said, would they dare expand the regular season? Nobody would want that, but would that be something that they would put on the table? What would that? I just don't know what else it would be because I'm just trying to come up with more ways to generate revenue. The answer is usually going to be more games, or we as the owners get a larger piece of the pie. Players aren't going to want that. So do you do some of the other stuff as well? I do feel like this was kind of a moment. And how about the fact that Passon had quotes from Castellanos? Is it Castellanos or
Castellanos?
Castellanos. Some people say Castellanos. Castellanos on the record about this, which is pretty interesting. So he had some sourced stuff in there about like exactly what was said, and then some on the record stuff from Castellanos. Fascinating stuff.
My name is Luca.
Is in better shape this summer, telling Men's Health Mag his whole body looks better. You ready for chicka chicka Slim Luca this season?
Nice reference. John definitely got that reference.
Yeah, sure.
So I don't think they're obviously going to win the NBA Finals. I'm not delusional about anything. But I will say, when he got traded and then the Mavericks completely ripped him to shreds and called him fat and how he drank a lot and all these things, like, I thought that this was the most predictable thing that would happen, is that he would have the best offseason of his life. He would come back in the best shape of his life. And assuming no injuries, he will have a really good 25-26 season. I would bet on that happening. And so this is a part of the story, the package, if you will, is, hey, let's do a magazine photo shoot so we can show everybody that you're a little skinnier. Not surprised by this. I hope he has a great year just because it'd be funny to see the Mavericks' reaction to it.
Yeah, because they went pretty hard in the paint trying to convince folks, hey, this wasn't such a bad deal because he's fat and lazy and he's out of shape. And if he can actually show up and look the part, yeah, it's going to be a lot of egg on the face of a franchise that already suffering from egg on the face because of making the trade in the first place. I hope for Luka's sake he is doing better and feeling better about himself. And he must have been working pretty hard. I mean, the season hasn't been over that long.
No.
He's been turning around in a hurry.
Starts in like 2 months, John. It'll be here before you know it.
It will be.
Luka's doing a weird media tour thing right now, by the way.
Is he? What's he doing?
About what?
I don't know. But last night we were watching the Yankees game, and he was just in the Yes Network while the guys were calling the game. They were also interviewing Luka.
Luka Doncic?
Yeah, he was just there, and they're like, "Are you a Yankees fan?" And he's like, "No."
You know what? Because he's acclimating to our country and our national pastime, baseball.
And it was like 2-2 Yankees in Tampa Bay, too. So it wasn't like a blowout. They were just interviewing Luka while they did the broadcast.
Luka.
That's the weirdest
It was
thing.
so weird.
It's weird. He's going to a Yankee game. If you're in New York, why wouldn't you go to a Yankee game?
Well, but why is he in the booth?
One of them
you
asked,
got a famous person there, someone who's not typically at a Yankee game. I want to interview him.
I don't know the Yankees announcers that well, but one of them asked him what if he met LeBron and what LeBron was like.
If he met his teammate LeBron James.
Yeah, it's like, what's LeBron James like?
I have to imagine that was not Michael Kay. It was whoever Michael Kay's partner is who doesn't watch anything other than baseball.
It was just really
I'm Michael
funny.
Kay.
It's like you meet a basketball player, like that's the first question.
Now,
Like,
Luka, don't get all sick and root
Michael
for
Jordan.
root for the wrong pinstripes. Make sure you root.
Yeah,
for the
that
right
would
pinstripes.
make more sense if they asked if he met Michael Jordan.
It was one of the two. I don't remember. I'm going to be honest. I was half listening.
Wow, confusing Michael Jordan for LeBron James. Bad look, Nick.
3 sheets to the wind grim on a Monday night. Shout out to Nick.
What else are you going to do after work? Am I right?
What's for dinner? 8 beers.
A fifth. That's what's for dinner.
Nice.
A handle. I should have said a handle. I was thinking of Eminem, and he's like, I just drank a fifth of vodka. Dare me to drive. That was Stan. That was Stan. I was quoting a song.
Get back to the questions, please.
You know, when football season is 100 days away, we throw a parade on the Grom,
Well,
but
one person does.
college basketball season is now fewer than 100 days away, and we haven't even mentioned it. Now, why is that?
Interesting, John. I thought you liked college basketball. Where's your parade?
Because I don't count down to things. I like my seasons. I'll be ready for college basketball when it gets here. I don't need it to get here any faster than it normally does. I don't need to try to waste my life away just thinking about, I can't wait to rip another number down so it's only 92 days away from football. I don't need that. I don't need to do a one-man parade like you do walking around here in your skivvies going, hey, it's almost
That's why we
football
call you
season.
Skivvy Josh.
I don't do a parade, a one-man parade. The whole audience is behind me, John.
Like-
They say, thank you, sir, and they have tears in their eyes.
So you should clean your tidy whities when you're dancing in your skivvies.
I would never wear tidy whities, Nick. What am I, you?
Well, maybe you should wear underwear. I don't want to see that.
I want to compliment both of you on not introducing 100 Days to College Basketball. The worst segment in the history of the Grum if we were to ever do
I'm not going to muddy the waters for when I do 100 Days to College Baseball, Josh.
Okay, now we're in absolute hell.
Wait for 25 teams and 25 baseballs.
That could be a new podcast, Nick, that you do.
Josh, finally.
Nick.
You famously love murder.
No, I don't.
So I bet you're interested in Derek Thompson's recent newsletter titled, Whatever Happened to Serial Killers?
I'll be honest. I saw this and I gave it an immediate click because I thought that's pretty interesting. Have you ever wondered about that? Why we used to have serial killers and now we don't?
I honestly have not wondered about that.
Well, you say I only think about counting down. I have wondered about where did the serial killers go? I thought it was a pretty interesting story.
Well, haven't we replaced serial killers with mass shooters?
Mass shooters, yeah, we definitely have. There was also, he made some pretty good arguments about technology and how it's changed in some ways that I just won't say on the radio. But also, one of his reasonings, a technological revolution in forensics made it much harder to get away with intimate violence. It's a whole lot different now. I was driving. Where was I at? I was driving. I swear I'm not thinking of doing this, but I saw a street sign. I was just like, I wonder how easy it would be to steal that. But then I noticed there was a camera that was literally pointing down at the street sign.
Was it a street sign with a funny name?
No, it wasn't. It was 168th.
Oh.
Yeah. So I was just like, wow, that's interesting.
Why were you thinking of stealing a 168th Street sign?
I wasn't thinking about it. I was just wondering if somebody would or how would they. But I was
your mind, see, this is the problem. Your mind works in very weird ways. Maybe you should stop counting down and your mind will start to work.
What's your next
again.
thought? I wonder how I can murder somebody with a street sign after I stole it.
No, I never did that. But then I turned into my neighborhood and I noticed, there's not a camera on that street
Oh,
sign.
interesting.
So it'd be a whole lot easier to steal that one if you want to. Because I was just thinking of decorations for my home.
You want to put up street signs as a decoration in your home?
I'm not going to, for the record.
He hangs 3 televisions, and now all of a sudden, I got to start stealing some signs and put up more stuff on the wall. I just need to drill things.
I do have experience in hanging signs on my walls now, or hanging televisions. Excuse me.
Oh, so you have stolen the signs?
No, I don't. I was just thinking about that, but anyway, it seems like it'd be really hard to get away with anything.
I knew somebody in my early 20s who would steal traffic cones.
Oh my God!
And they had one that they named Coney 2012, which is very funny to me.
I don't get it.
By the way,
remember Coney 2012?
No.
Wow.
Some news breaking this hour. An oft mentioned person in earlier contents, Trey Hendrickson of the Bengals, will report to camp tomorrow, ending his holdout without being any closer to a new deal. Reporting to camp stops the $50,000 per day fines. Also serves as a good faith gesture to try to jumpstart negotiations. So Trey Hendrickson has ended his holdout. He'll be back at Bengal practice tomorrow.
Man, you don't see players blinking like this very often. Camp's barely been underway. I wonder if this is a him decision or an agent decision.
Maybe somebody threatened to steal a street sign. Josh?
I'm not going to. I just was wondering about it.
I'm street sign Josh.
And I was like, wow, there's a the camera, it was nuts. It's literally pointed right down at the sign. I'll take a picture tonight.
Careful. They might see you taking a picture of the camera.
Good point.
What's for dinner is coming up next.
Noise.
I hope you all have cameras in your kitchens, or Josh might wonder, I wonder if I could just walk into that house and steal their dinner.
Nice.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Look at what Nick did. How much better does that look than the old way?
Yeah, you like that?
John, I guess John never sees this. He always puts his computer away.
That's true.
Well, you've been putting yours away too.
No, I put mine away after the show. I'm not being critical of you. I'm just saying you've never seen what the What's for Dinner thing looks like because your computer's always put away.
I'm sure it's great.
It looks awesome, Nick. Good job, Nick.
Last night was Raising Cane's.
Oh, yeah, because you did the pod.
Because I did the
They
pod.
probably brought you pizza, too, and you didn't even know about
Well,
that.
I didn't know.
Yeah,
If I would have known, I wouldn't have done the Cane's.
Yeah.
But I did the Cane's, which was a good choice.
Yeah, it always is.
Tonight will be the steak salad that was going to be last night.
Nice.
So steak salad tonight.
Did the homemade chicken tendies last night. Tossed them in some buffalo sauce. They were awesome. I told Riz she has never made batter because she dips them into batter, dips them into flour. That was as good as this. She, she's made fried chicken many times, and this wasn't, this is chicken strips. This wasn't fried chicken. Ridiculously good. Anyway, we have extras, so I'm going to do that. We need more buffalo sauce. I'm going to whip up some buffalo sauce while they heat up. I'm excited for dinner.
Nice. Are you going to, when you whip up the buffalo sauce, are you going to put it in one of your street signs?
I don't have any, Nick. I have 0 street signs for now.
Last night we got pizza. It was very good.
Of course, it's pizza.
Tonight, fried rice. And I'm stoked because a couple nights ago, I'm like, I'm craving fried rice. I'd like fried rice. And then she sent me a text 10 minutes ago. It's like, hey, we're doing fried rice.
Shout out.
I have a great fiance. I'm engaged.
Yeah, look the other way. All right, so that'll do it for the Grom.
What do we got tomorrow?
We have Wednesday. That means at Schaefer. That means Dumb Debates. And who is 25 teams?
I believe tomorrow's old. No.
I believe tomorrow's Michigan State.
It's a Big Ten team. Yeah.
Michigan State, who is on Nebraska's schedule. So it's back to another Nebraska opponent.
It is Stephen Brooks. We will talk to Stephen Brooks live on the Grom.
Live.
Can't wait to talk to him.
I look forward to it. As we wrap up, of course, remembering the late Ryne Sandberg, I had the great opportunity to see him on a few occasions, and I was there for an historic moment. Maybe not the kind of moment you tend to remember, but 1993, they were playing the Giants. I saw Ryne Sandberg get ejected from his only game as a major league player.
That's the game you went to with Kevin?
No, that was a couple years later.
Oh.
This was a different.
Was it cold? Was it really cold?
No, it was.
That was the game with Kevin that it was really cold.
Yes, because that was in April. This was in late May.
The cold boys.
This was back when you could, because there was a McDonald's right across the street.
Back when
it's
you
now
could
a hotel.
smoke in the McDonald's.
And we would go and get Big Macs.
Good old days.
And we could bring them into the ballpark.
Whoa, that is the good old days.
So we sat there.
BYOB.
We sat there, bring my own burger. Watched them play the Giants, Barry Bonds on the Giants.
That's awesome.
And
John.
Ryne Sandberg got kicked out of his only game as a player. He argued a call at first.
He must have called the umpire C word or something.
I don't know what he did, but we were all surprised because all of a sudden he's like, Rhino's walking off the field and people are booing. Like, what's going on? They kicked him out.
In what inning?
Like the 5th or 6th.
No, so at least you got to see him play for a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
R.I.P.
And I'd seen him a few other times too.
That's good.
So anyway. So that's tomorrow. That's today's show. We'll be back here tomorrow. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your night.
I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night.
And enjoy that cooler weather tomorrow.
Bye.
Thank God.
Bye.